Chapter 751, Expressing Respect, 7K. Chen Mobai hadn't expected that Qing Nu would wake up so conveniently. It happened right when he was entertaining Wenren Zuwei. Her languid posture as she emerged from the bedroom would naturally lead any normal person to think of that sort of thing. If word got out, it would definitely damage his and King Nu's reputations. Fortunately, it was Wenren Zuwei who wasn't a gossip. However, Chen Mobai still gave a reason. I recently broke through in my cultivation and mastered a powerful technique that surpasses my current level. I felt a little uncomfortable when I used it, but at this crucial time of leadership transition in the immortal sects, I didn't want others to know, so I invited Qing Nu to come and help me check and treat myself. Upon hearing this, Wenren Zuwei merely smiled slightly and nodded gently to Chen Mobai and King Nu, indicating her acceptance. "Hello, Senior Wenren, it's been a long time." At this moment, Qing Nu also came back to her senses from her dazed state. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, she immediately greeted Wenren Zuwei. Back in the Tao Academy, because they both had the heavenly water spiritual root, Wenren Zuwei had given her some guidance, and their relationship was fairly good. "You haven't been back to the Taoist Academy since you graduated. It's been decades. Time really flies." Wenren Zuwei still had a faint smile on her face. At this moment, she had also brewed all the green Chan spirit tea that Chen Mobai had placed there. With a light wave of her hand, 3 cups of clear and fragrant tea were placed in the hands of everyone in the room. Qing Nu needs to remain hidden within the Heaven Mending group. After Chen Mobai accepted the tea, he explained the situation to King Nu. Wenren Zuwei nodded in agreement. She knew that King Nu had joined the Heaven Mending group while still in the Tao Academy. Moreover, only a small percentage of successful students returned to their alma mater after graduation. Wenren Zuwei was merely using this as an excuse. After all, she already knew about Chen Mobai and King Nu's close relationship back in Jumeng Academy. She didn't expect that after so many years apart, their feelings for each other hadn't changed, and they still maintained this connection. "By the way, you mentioned earlier that you weren't feeling well. Do you need me to take a look? Because of the everlasting spring kung fu, my body has been broken and reassembled countless times. I often help Master Sanju with the most dangerous medical experiments. In terms of medical expertise, I have received his true teachings." Wenren Zuwei's words made Chen Mobai smile slightly. "Now you can finally ask." "Actually, it's nothing major. I just mastered void walking, and I was a little unfamiliar with how my body could traverse space in an instant and teleport from one place to another. But after trying it a few more times, I got used to it." With a tick sound, Wenren Zuwei's hand trembled, and a few drops of tea suddenly splashed out of the teacup she had just picked up to take a sip, landing on the glass coffee table. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in shock. "You've mastered walking in the void." Even after hearing it with her own ears, Wenren Zuwei still found it hard to believe. This was the first time Chen Mobai had ever seen such an expression on her, a sight that always exuded elegance, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. At his current status and level, showing off in front of ordinary people no longer brings him any sense of accomplishment. But on the immortal sex side, facing someone he was recognized as having the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Mobai rediscovered his long-lost original aspirations. He chuckled softly, and his figure, which was sitting on the sofa, suddenly appeared in a silver light before disappearing from its original spot and abruptly reappearing on the tea table, where he resumed condensing and boiling water. "Your talent is probably the greatest in the history of the immortal sect." After witnessing the act of walking in the void firsthand, Wenren Zuwei was completely convinced. "Not at all. I am still inferior to Ancestor Yuan Yang. Moreover, I was only able to comprehend the key to walking in the void after breaking through with the Fangkun book. Furthermore, the distance of my teleportation is not like those nascent soul cultivators who can travel hundreds of miles in one breath, and it cannot compare with your great void shift." Chen Mobai knew that his ability was not void walking, but the netherworld array, so after showing off in front of Wenren Zuwei, he immediately became humble. It's already quite good. After all, we're only at the core formation stage. Being able to practice walking in the void is already a record in the history of the immortal sect. Wenren Zuwei's words caused Qingnu, who was standing next to her, to suddenly look up at her. Senior Sister Wenren, you've mastered it too. Qingnu was somewhat incredulous. I suppose so, but the reason I can use it is because the ancestors of my Jumeng Academy left behind a method to harness the power of the void by borrowing the power of the great Chun tree, unlike junior brother Chen who comprehends it based on his own talent. I can only use the method, while junior brother Chen knows the method and can use it. The difficulty of the two is worlds apart. Wenren Zuwei spoke modestly. Chen Mobai had witnessed her void teleportation before, which was an advanced version of void walking. Since she could use teleportation, void walking was obviously no problem for her either. Senior Sister Wenren is too modest. We've all trained together, there's no difference in skill level. Chen Mobai was afraid that Wenren Zuwei would ask him for the specific tricks of walking in the void, so after showing off, he immediately invited her to drink tea and try the green chan he had just cultivated. This tea. Compared to Qingnu, Wenren Zuwei can be considered a grandmaster in the immortal sect's tea ceremony industry. She only took one sip and instantly knew the grade and value of this green chan spirit tea. After Chen Mobai finished explaining the origin and effects of the green chan, she drank the remaining half cup in one gulp, then closed her eyes and savored it carefully. Could I have a tea stalk? My enlightenment tea hasn't absorbed this new tea before. After Wenren Zuwei finished tasting it, she spoke to Chen Mobai, who naturally nodded in agreement. He then opened his domain and took out the first-tier green chan tea seed that he had prepared in advance and specially cultivated in the Dangxia mountain environment. Thank you. Wenren Zuwei was also somewhat moved upon seeing this. There's no need for formalities between us. The next 1,000 years of the immortal sect will require the two of us to join hands and lead the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages through. Chen Mobai said with a smile that when Wenren Zuwei spoke with him, she always used the term we, which clearly indicated that she intended to continue the friendship between their predecessors, or even strengthen it. He naturally gave her a clear indication of this. With both sides willing, Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei, the two future leaders of the academy, easily reached a consensus. Then I won't bother you any longer. I'll take this opportunity to transplant this new tea plant into the realm. Wenren Zuwei accepted the tea seeds with a smile, then took her leave. As she left, she waved to Qingnu, who seemed a little embarrassed, her fair cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly stood up. I should be leaving soon, too. The two women walked to the door at the same time. Then I'll see you off. Chen Mobai also got up, but he was mainly worried about Qingnu. Wenren Zuwei lived on the floor above. The three of them parted ways at the top of the stairs. Then Chen Mobai personally escorted Qingnu out. On the way out of Wufeng Immortal Mountain, he handed her a talisman. I've set up a beacon here. It will activate when I'm needed. If the distance is close, I can teleport here instantly. If it's far, I can still sense it and come to your side as quickly as possible. Qingnu accepted it with a happy expression after hearing it. After seeing Qingnu off, Chen Mobai returned to his room. A moment later, the knocking sounded again. Wenren Zuwei's beautiful face, looking somewhat embarrassed, appeared before him. She came to ask about the cultivation of the green chan tea variety, because she found that the leaves were wilting after she transplanted this tea variety into her territory. As an excellent plant grower, she had noticed a few problems, but considering that Chen Mobai was downstairs, she decided to come over and ask him for advice in person. I think it might be because the spiritual soil isn't a good match. After listening, Chen Mobai immediately gave his opinion, and then, at Wenren Zuwei's invitation, he entered her domain. The two began to discuss the newly planted tea seed. As expected, it seems that spiritual soil containing fire and earth attributes is suitable. I hadn't noticed this problem before. Chen Mobai dug out a piece of spiritual soil from his own realm and replaced it with the soil from Wenren Zuwei's realm. After transplanting the tea seeds again, the leaves indeed began to unfurl again. This green Chan spirit tea is an improvement by Chen Mobai. At its lower level, it can grow and survive without the qi of the dragon vein, but if it wants to be upgraded to the third level, it must be supplied with the qi of the dragon vein. However, if Yan Xinji is right, Jumeng Academy is the source of the spiritual veins of the entire Earth Star. If Wenren Zuwei plants her there after returning, she will definitely be able to grow successfully. Thank you so much, you've gone to so much trouble. Seeing that the problem was solved, Wenren Zuwei squinted her eyes and smiled as she thanked them. Then Chen Mobai saw her take out a tube of spiritual water and drip it onto the tea seed. After that, the tea seedling, which was originally the size of a palm, sprouted several more leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the myriad transformations thunder water? Seeing this, Chen Mobai asked in surprise. It's a culture solution that I diluted the myriad transformation thunder water 100-fold. I usually add a few drops when cultivating first and second tier spiritual plants, which can save a lot of effort. Wenren Zuwei explained with a smile, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh after hearing it. It's a pity that I've used up all my myriad transformation thunder water. I don't know when I'll be able to queue up to buy another one. It's not impossible. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Wenren Zuwei hesitated before speaking. Oh, has your academy recently mastered the myriad transformations thunder water technique? Chen Mobai asked in surprise, but Wenren Zuwei shook her head and then explained the reason. Last time, didn't the headmaster use your water spirit pearl to refine the youth-preserving pearl? Qiuyer used it to communicate with the Azure Frost sword, but it seems one isn't enough. So, although Qiuyer obtained the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, she hasn't taken that step yet because she can't connect with the Azure Frost sword. Upon hearing Wenren Zuwei's words, Chen Mobai immediately understood that this was a good thing for him. He gave away the 88 pearls that Nujiang gave him to everyone he met, and he still has 64 of them on him. If Master Peach Blossom is willing to exchange it for the myriad transformations thunder water, he could even go to the water veins and get dozens or hundreds more from the new river. I happen to have some left. Back when I was at the Mountain and Sea Academy, Senior Sister Pei hosted me. Could you please take this to her when you go back? I really hope she can form her core. After all, as one's cultivation level increases, one has fewer and fewer old friends. As they spoke, Chen Mobai spared no expense, taking out a water spirit pearl and asking Wenren Zuwei to pass it on. The latter was shocked to see him being so generous, giving away 100 million yuan so readily. Okay, I will definitely pass it on to the principal. Wenren Zhu understood Chen Mobai's meaning. He wanted to exchange pearls for the myriad transformations thunder water. However, this was the first time she had ever experienced someone using 100 million to pave the way and build relationships before doing business. The two then discussed matters related to the leadership transition within the immortal sects. Their main goal was to support each other and ensure that their own people would not be ousted by Bushan and Kun Peng under any pretext during this power transfer. Since Ying Guanghua will take over as the head of the Immortal Affairs Hall, he will inevitably take away a group of his direct descendants who were originally in the Righteous Law Hall. Therefore, the Immortal Affairs Hall will also have to clear out positions for these direct descendants to take over. This group of people who were purged is the source of friction between the four factions. Ying Guanghua naturally wanted to purge those who were not from the Bushan lineage. His intention with the other three lineages was to ask them to step down voluntarily, and then have the Bushan lineage give up some positions in the Zhengfa Hall or Kaiyuan Hall as an exchange and compensation. Among them, Kun Peng is more powerful, so the position and seat given to him by Bushan are better. Wuqi and Jumeng are weaker and may suffer losses. But that's still considered good. For public officials who aren't part of the four major factions, this leadership transition was like a raging storm. Before they knew it, they had been banished to outside the capital and forced to voluntarily give up their positions. These people naturally want to struggle, so they will seek refuge with the four families, etc. Those in charge, such as Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei, would choose people who were useful to them, weigh the pros and cons, and see if they needed to accept their surrender, exchanging the interests of their own lineage with Bushan to protect these people. Almost every personnel change has far-reaching consequences, which is why Chen Mobai needed to come early and, with Wang Shui's assistance, begin to analyze and weigh the overall situation. In comparison, Wenren Zuwei was a little lazier. She felt that once she reached the nascent soul stage, all the things she had lost would eventually come back, so the Jumeng lineage only planned to protect its own people. During their conversation, Chen Mobai and she were both candid, yet kept some things to themselves. They also discussed the future structure of the three main halls to ensure that neither branch would suffer significant losses during this leadership transition. The day of the leadership transition arrived quickly. Inside the main hall of Kaiyuan Palace, more than 300 members of the immortal sect who were qualified to attend the meeting entered one by one and took their seats. Before long, apart from the main platform representing the main and deputy hall masters of the three halls and the few seats in the front row, almost everyone had arrived. Soon, the deputy hall masters of the Immortal Affairs Hall and the Kaiyuan Hall also walked out from the side door and sat in the outermost positions on the left and right sides of the dais. After Gong Ajixu and Yi Yun, a flash of silver light appeared, and the white-haired, white-browed Narcissus appeared out of thin air and sat next to Yi Yun. After the three deputy hall masters on the dais, everyone's eyes turned to the first row. Soon, a flash of silver light appeared, and Yuangsu, Kingping, and Meihua, three nascent soul cultivators from the heaven-mending lineage, appeared and sat in the front row. Following these three, two more flashes of silver light appeared, and Master Beiming, the principal of Kunpeng Academy, and Master Yunhai of the Natural Academy appeared. The latter had also studied at Kunpeng Academy and had even cultivated in the sea, so he was considered to be from the Kunpeng lineage. After the nascent soul master appeared, the members of the Kaiyuan Hall rotating committee who were sitting in the same row with him all stood up to greet them. Wang Shui was one of them. It seems Chengshuan and the others are busy, so it's just the five of us this time. The speaker was Master Beiming, a dignified middle-aged man with a robust build, broad shoulders, and deep-set eyes. He appeared cold and serious, clearly a powerful figure who valued rules and commanded respect. Among the principals of the four major academies of the immortal sect, he is the youngest and also the one with the strongest cultivation. The principal is in seclusion and cannot be present, and Master Yuxiao dislikes going out, so neither of them came. Wang Shui explained, and Beiming Shangren nodded in acceptance. He then looked at Nai Tinglan, the person in charge of Jumeng Dao Academy, and spoke. Neither Peach Blossom Master nor the three absolutes have come. It seems that Wu Qi and Zhu Mang intend to continue to remain inactive. After hearing this, Nai Tinglan gave an awkward smile and also gave an excuse that she was very busy in seclusion. Nascent soul cultivators hold a transcendent position within the immortal sects. Even at meetings like this, their participation depends on their mood. The fact that neither of the two nascent soul cultivators appeared at this leadership transition meeting, without any desires or wants, was a signal that they were letting Patching the Sky and Kunpeng do as they pleased. They're just waiting for the next 1,000 years, for their two members to reach the nascent soul stage. Sometimes, pinning your hopes on the future reflects a lack of confidence in your current abilities and a failure to grasp the present. Chengshuan's breakthrough this time might not be successful. When Master Beiming suddenly said this, Wang Shui's expression changed. However, he could only pretend not to hear the nascent soul master's question, chuckled twice, and prepared to return to his seat. "Where's Chen Mobai from your Dance Weapon Academy? Didn't he come this time? Which one is it?" But Master Beiming spoke again, asking Wang Shui a question. "We should be there soon, but there might be some traffic on the way." Wang Shui had already checked and found no Chen Mobai, so he could only say this in response to Beiming Shangren's question. Having emerged from a century of seclusion, I never imagined that there would still be someone in the immortal sects daring to claim the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. The one with the everlasting spring technique is all right. At least he's guaranteed to reach the nascent soul stage. But that other one who's been boasting so much, I really want to see him with my own eyes." Master Beiming continued speaking, and the meaning behind his words was very clear. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui frowned slightly. At that moment, Master Beiming's expression changed. Not only him, but the other 4 nascent soul masters also sensed 2 unfamiliar void fluctuations and couldn't help but get up and turn to look at the door. Every move of the nascent soul cultivators was being watched by more than 300 golden core counselors, so when they saw their posture, everyone followed their gaze. Then, on the 2 empty seats in the middle of the great hall, 2 points of silver light suddenly appeared from nothing, and then suddenly expanded into 2 figures. The silver light shone brightest in an instant, and the figures turned from illusory to real, transforming into a handsome young man in a red and black robe adorned with dancing weapons, and an elegant young woman in a blue robe, dressed as a Jumeng immortal. After the boy emerged from the void, he gently reached out and supported the girl whose body was trembling slightly. Wenren Zuwei's ability to walk through the void is achieved by utilizing the power of the Great Chun Tree. However, because she has not grasped the true principles behind it, her physical body experiences immense pressure each time she uses it. This time, since it was just walking in the void, it was relatively good, but the relatively fragile internal organs of the body suffered some painful cracking. Chen Mobai noticed this and helped her up with some concern. "Thanks." Wenren Zuwei's originally slightly pale face instantly regained its rosy color under the Changchun Gong, and there was no trace of her internal organs being torn apart during the teleportation. "Please sit down. The conference will begin in about 10 minutes. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly, released his hand, and was about to sit down when he realized that it seemed everyone in the hall was looking at the 2 of them. Especially those few gazes at the very front were filled with shock and astonishment. Chen Mobai was a little puzzled. He checked the time and confirmed that he was not late. Then he saw Wang Shui and couldn't help but greet him from afar. Before the change of leadership, he was just an ordinary counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, so his seat was in an inconspicuous place. Beside Wang Shui, Chen Mobai saw Yuangsu Shangren and Kingping Shangren, whom he had met before, and after thinking about it, decided to go and say hello. "Want to come along?" Chen Mobai asked Wenren Zuwei a question, and the latter smiled and nodded, following him towards the first row. Wherever the 2 walked, all the counselors stood up and looked at them with respect. Before long, they reached the front. All the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect have images available online, which is why Chen Mobai recognized each of them. But he pretended not to know her and asked Uncle Wang to introduce them. Wenren Zuwei was introduced by Nai Tinglan in the same way. Talented people emerge in every generation, and each new generation surpasses the old. After exchanging greetings, Venerable Yuangsu suddenly spoke, causing Venerable Beiming beside him to glance at him. "Ha ha ha, back when you 2 opened the Golden Core realm, it was I who opened the gate. I never expected that you 2 would be able to master void walking at the core formation realm. You truly deserve to be the most outstanding nascent soul talent among the descendants of the 2 ancestors." He was clearly very happy when he greeted Master Kingping. After all, he had opened the gate to the boundary so many times, but only when he opened it did 2 geniuses with such amazing talent in the Tao of Void emerge. Perhaps thousands of years from now, Master Kingping might be remembered by history forever because of this incident. Not at all, not at all. We 2 have not yet reached the nascent soul stage, and our achievements are far inferior to those of you venerable ones. We dare not claim the potential to become nascent soul cultivators. Chen Mobai is always very humble in front of outsiders. Because a consensus had been reached beforehand that Wuki and Jumeng had always stood together in the 3 main halls, when he spoke of "we," Wenren Zuwei smiled faintly and said the same self-deprecating words. "This is Master Beiming, and this is Master Yunhai." After exchanging greetings with the 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Patching Heaven lineage, they quickly approached the 2 from the Kunpeng lineage. In front of everyone, Master Baiming could only stand up, shake hands with Chen Mobai, nod, and then sit down without saying a word. In contrast, Yunhai Shangren had a smiling face and a kind attitude, and even talked with Chen Mobai and Wenren Zhu Wei for a long time. After the conference, we can have tea together. Qiangji often tells me about you. At Yunhai's invitation, Yan Qiangji, who was also a counselor of Kaiyuan Hall, came over at his call. Chen Mobai and Wenren Zhuwei naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately nodded in agreement. Although Yunhai belongs to the Kunpeng lineage in politics, he has good relations with the other three lineages. Yan Qiangji was able to become friends with Wenren Zhuwei because he took her to visit Jumeng Taoist Temple. It's almost time, so let's go back to our seats. At this moment, Chen Mobai glanced at the clock above the great hall of the people and said something. Yunhai Shangren smiled and nodded. Then, together with Yan Qiangji, the three of them left the first row. On his way back, Chen Mobai saw that all the Golden Core counselors in the Great Hall were looking at him with respect. He knew that this was not only because he was the person in charge of the Dance Weapon Academy lineage for the next few hundred years, but also because of the powerful talent he had just displayed. In the history of the immortal sects, besides that void spirit body, the only other person who has mastered the everlasting spring technique is the one who has achieved the ability to walk in the void at the core formation stage. Therefore, Chen Mobai can be said to be the only one who achieved this through his own powerful talent. He truly possesses the potential to become a god. It could even be said that the talent to become a god is insufficient to describe his extraordinary abilities. Because in the notes and insights left by the old ancestor Zhongli before his death, he mentioned that the transformation into a deity is related to the void. If Chen Mobai's talent is truly so extraordinary, he might become the first person in the history of the immortal sect to potentially break through to the nascent soul realm. Upon realizing this, everyone stood up and paid their respects to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 752, Knowing the Rules. Chapter 752, Knowing the Rules. The Immortal Clan Conference began and ended as planned. Lin Daoming, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, Gong Jixu, the deputy master, Wang Shui, a member of the rotating committee of the Kaiyuan Hall, and other senior figures who are older and more experienced all announced their retirement at this conference. After being voted on by more than 300 counselors of the Kaiyuan Hall, Ying Guanghua, the master of the Zhengfa Hall, was elected as the new master of the Xianwu Hall. Xui Xian, the former deputy head of the Zhengfa Hall, was promoted to become the new head of the Zhengfa Hall. Qi Yuheng, the head of Kaiyuan Hall, was re-elected and retained his position. After the three main hall masters, there are three deputy hall masters. Bai Xianqian, the Minister of Finance, defeated three competitors and became the Deputy Hall Master of the Immortal Affairs Hall with 86% of the votes, thanks to his background from the Bushan Dao Academy and his extensive experience. Gongsun Jilu, the former head of the Law Enforcement Department, was promoted to Deputy Head of the Zhengfa Hall, receiving 76% of the votes in favor. Yi Yun, the Deputy Head of the Kaiyuan Hall, was also re-elected. The positions of the three main hall masters and deputy hall masters were thus determined after a vote by all the counselors of the Kaiyuan Hall. Next, there will be another round of personnel changes in the three main halls. These are all within the authority of the three main hall masters. Soon, a series of job transfers and appointments appeared on the official website of the Immortal Sect for the public to know. In the past, these things would have caused a huge reaction among the public. After all, they are all closely related to the people. But this time, the entire Immortal Sect was drawn to one thing. That is Chen Mobai and Wenren Zhuwei, who, at the core formation stage, mastered the ability to walk in the void. It was during this time that the term, walking through the void, became widely known among the 300 million cultivators of the Immortal Sect. After learning the significance of achieving void walking at the core formation stage, discussions and speculations about the two individuals' aptitudes have become the hottest topic online recently. Most people no longer doubted the two's potential to reach the nascent soul stage, but a small number of sober, pessimists believed that Chen Mobai should first reach the nascent soul stage. After all, Wenren Zhuwei had mastered the everlasting spring skill, and there was no problem with her reaching the nascent soul stage. But Chen Mobai might not be so sure. Talent is one thing, but if it's not realized, it will only amount to nothing more than bones in a grave. In the history of the immortal sect, there was a void spirit who also mastered void walking in the core formation realm, but he was stuck at the perfect core formation realm and never formed a nascent soul in his entire life, dying in despair. These sober people used this example to express their pessimism about Chen Mobai's future. Although he was quickly criticized by the public for tens of thousands of posts, it also made people in the immortal sects aware of the genius who died before fulfilling his talent for the void spirit body. This is a graduate of Kunpeng Academy named Lan Ding. He was also a genius in the history of the immortal sects, who was hailed as having the potential to become a deity. He was initially regarded as the second Yuan Yang ancestor. Unfortunately, he ultimately perished halfway through, stopping before reaching the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai didn't care about this, but his daughter Chen Ziohe was unhappy. She surfed the internet every day and anonymously argued with these netizens who considered themselves sane. "Dad, you have no idea how disgusting these people are. They keep telling you about the fate of the blue top, wishing you would end up like that blue top. It must have been done by people from the Kunpeng Academy." Inside the Yingxian Hotel, Chen Mobai was on the phone with his daughter, chatting about everyday things. "Don't worry about these things. You can't stop everyone from talking. Even if I reach the nascent soul stage, these people will still say that a mere nascent soul cultivator is inferior to the primordial Yang ancestor." When Chen Mobai was young, he was also a member of the online surfing army, and he knew these people's character best. Anyway, there are always some people who like to go against the grain to show their difference and their clear-headedness. HMPH, once you become one of the three great hall masters, let's see who dares to say that again. Chen Ziohe angrily said something that made Chen Mobai burst into laughter. "All right, don't worry about that anymore. I'll be back soon. Let's go visit your grandparents as a family this Chinese New Year." "Okay, Dad, Mom will be very happy." After finishing his call with his daughter, Chen Mobai gently put down the phone. He then checked the time, changed his clothes, and waited a while before heading to his appointment with Wenren Zhuwei. The man from Yunhai is leaving Wanggu Cave tomorrow, and he invited them to a meal before he left. Yan Qiangji came to pick them up in person. The meal was enjoyed by both hosts and guests. No agreement was reached, but at least in the future, if the public officials of the Natural Academy and the three main halls want to serve their two factions, they will not be directly rejected by Wenren Zhuwei as before. Although power is important at times, the immortal sect is ultimately ruled by the nascent soul ancestor. It is only because rules are necessary that the immortal sect and the peaceful world we enjoy today exist. Therefore, you too must not become obsessed with the game of power. You should focus on improving yourselves. Yunhai Shangren was a middle-aged man who appeared to be very refined and easygoing. He also spoke a rare and wise remark to Chen Mobai and Wenren Zhuwei. "What you say is very true, but in my lineage of dance weapons, I am the only one who can stand up now, so I have no choice but to come out of seclusion." After hearing this, Chen Mobai sighed softly. He was known as a hard-working cultivator in the immortal sect. After graduating, he returned to his hometown and only moved around once every 10 years when he was required to report for duty, except for cultivating on the spiritual vein. Alas, that makes sense. Perhaps the Bushan and Kunpeng lineages have also seen this, which is why they are trying to force you to take up an official post. After all, your cultivation has progressed too quickly, and they are a little afraid that you will suddenly form your nascent soul and disrupt the current order. The words spoken by the man from the Cloud Sea were somewhat inconsistent with his Kunpeng stance. However, having reached his level of cultivation, he could be considered one of the unsung leaders of the immortal sects, and indeed, he didn't need to worry about anything. Forming a nascent soul isn't that easy. I wish I had cultivated the everlasting spring technique. Chen Mobai sighed again. Wenren Zhuwei, who was standing next to him, smiled slightly and remained silent. She simply handed the tea she had just brewed to Yan Qiangji, who then passed it on to Yunhai Shangren and Chen Mobai. However, it's good that you're taking up your post early. After all, you're cultivating the pure Yang scroll, and only the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation from the 3 great halls will be useful to you. You need to accumulate seniority in the affairs of the mortal world. Moreover, if you really form your nascent soul while in office, you might have a high degree of compatibility with the rules, and you'll have more hope of becoming a deity in the future. On Earth Origin Star, besides the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation, there are also some precious natural treasures in the sea that can be refined into spiritual water that is useful for nascent soul formation. However, these are basically only for cultivators with water spiritual roots. The Cloud Sea Immortal obtained the opportunity to form his nascent soul in the sea, as did the Northern Darkness Immortal of the Kunpeng Dao Academy. This is precisely why Kunpeng Dao Academy has the largest number of nascent soul cultivators in history. In the last 1,000 years, thanks to the star-pulling ancestor, the entire lineage of the heaven-mending sect ascended to heaven. With the assistance of the star-pulling ancestor's square-inch book, 5 nascent soul cultivators emerged, forcing the Kunpeng lineage to retreat to the Kaiyuan Palace. What are the rules? Chen Mobai, however, heard something he didn't understand in Yunhai's words and couldn't help but ask. This is something only nascent soul cultivators from immortal sects can know, but since your identities are different, I can tell you in advance. As they were talking, Yunhai waved to Yan Qiangji, who immediately and tactfully withdrew. Chen Mobai noticed that Wenren Zhuwei's expression was normal, and felt that she probably knew what rules were. Rules are a fruit of the way. After Yunhai Shangren finished speaking, Chen Mobai couldn't help but look shocked. He never expected that the immortal sects would have such a profound foundation. No wonder that even in such a barren place as Earth Origin Star, the lineage of gods has continued unbroken for generations. May I ask which 2 ancestors refined the rules before? Out of curiosity, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask. One is True Lord Taiyuan, and the other is True Lord Xuanwu. Yunhai didn't hide anything and told him directly. Xuanwu Zhenjun is a nascent soul true lord of their Wuqi lineage, and is also the second genius besides Yunya Leazu to achieve nascent soul through the Cantong Qi. Changchun Gong has unlimited possibilities for trial and error. Can't we use it to try to refine the rules? Chen Mobai thought of something else and couldn't help but ask Wenren Zhuwei, who was beside him. The power of Changchun Gong lies in our ability to draw upon the power of the great Chun tree. However, the infinite number of trials and errors of the physical body does not mean that the spirit can do the same. In other words, it is precisely because of the eternal immortality of the physical body that our spirit becomes a weakness and vulnerability in comparison. Wenren Zhuwei explained the reason. Refining the rules relies on spirit and will. Once one cannot refine them, one will be directly assimilated, lose oneself, and become part of the rules. In this situation, the practitioner of Changchun Gong is essentially still physically alive, but spiritually dead. There was once a practitioner of Changchun Gong, who was also the head of the Immortal Affairs Hall before Lin Dayaming. He attempted to refine the rules, and his physical body is still enshrined in the Jumeng Dao Academy. According to his last wishes, it is used by medical researchers for dissection and various experiments. The fact that the 3 Absolutes Master was able to become the foremost physician in the immortal sects was largely due to his physical body, which could be used for endless experiments. After hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. At the same time, they secretly admired the honesty of the immortal sect. If this were in the heavenly river realm, the Tao disciples and saintesses of the various holy lands would definitely not reveal the weaknesses of their cultivation techniques like this. However, it is precisely for this reason that the everlasting spring technique can only guarantee the nascent soul stage, but not the deity stage. Among the 14 current masters of the immortal sect, is there no one who can refine the rules? Chen Mobai asked again. Yuan Su and Qi Yuheng have similar probabilities, but they are both proud and ambitious, and both want to break through the nascent soul stage with their own talent. What the person in the cloud C said are secrets known only to those at the nascent soul level. What a pity! I wonder when I'll be able to form my nascent soul and come into contact with the rules. Chen Mobai sighed. If the cultivators of the heavenly river realm knew about the existence of these rules, even the holy lands would probably go crazy and try to seize them. As for the side effects of the rules, they are completely acceptable compared to the peak of the nascent soul realm. By the way, what the Venerable Yunhai just said is that the existence of immortal sects is to cultivate rules. Is there any possibility that, if he were to govern the eastern wilderness according to the systems and laws of the immortal sects, would he be able to cultivate the same rules? I wonder where these rules are kept now. After hearing what the master said, I am eager to go and see them. Chen Mobai's words were met with a shake of the head from Yunhai, indicating that people shouldn't even think about it. Rules are of great importance, being the foundation of the immortal sect. Therefore, they are naturally kept in the hands of the two patriarchs of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Ever since your dance weapon lineage's White Light Patriarch went into seclusion, this thing has been in the gathering immortal peak of the star-pulling patriarch. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was not disappointed. After all, he did not crave the rules of the immortal sect, but rather wanted to know how to create rules. He spoke again, asking the man in the cloud sea. I haven't looked into that since I have no connection with those rules, and haven't put any effort into it. However, I do know that the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Palace oversees all the lands and rivers, which is the foundation for the rules to be maintained and continuously strengthened. You can ask Ying Guanghua or Lin Dayaming, who just retired. They both definitely know. Hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a slight headache. He only met Ying Guanghua once, and because he accepted Shui Xian's offer, he was essentially rejecting the new head of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Lin Dayaming, needless to say, is the greatest enemy he currently imagines within the immortal sect. However, there's no rush to find out the rules and regulations. Once he officially joins the Hall of Righteous Laws next year and takes charge of the Heaven Mending Group, he can use that as an excuse to communicate with Lan Haitian and see if he can find out about it from him. Although Lan Haitian did not immediately rise to the top and become the Deputy Hall Master of the Immortal Affairs Hall after the conference, he was still arranged by Ying Guanghua to be his personal secretary. All the previous Deputy Hall Masters of the Immortal Affairs Hall have held this position. Ying Guanghua's intention to cultivate him was already evident. Moreover, since Lan Haitian graduated from Kunpeng, the Kunpeng lineage is also happy to see this happen. Compared to Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei, Lan Haitian's start in the 3 main halls was unprecedentedly wonderful. I wasn't feeling well today, had some writer's block, so the word count is a bit low. Sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 753, Archives of the Fairy Sprout Cultivation Project. Chapter 753, Archives of the Fairy Sprout Cultivation Project. After meeting with Yunhai, Chen Mobai also received his latest appointment. The announcement of the appointment to the Zhengfa Hall caused quite a stir among the immortal sects. In the immortal sects, it is extremely rare to be transferred from a local area to the capital, rising from an ordinary member of the Kaiyuan Hall to the 4th-ranking figure in the Zhengfa Hall, an appointment that is almost like a meteoric rise. If it were someone else, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and intense discussion. But if we put it in the context of Chen Mobai, everyone's focus would be on why he went to the Hall of Righteous Law. Everyone believed that he deserved the appointment. Amidst the widespread discussion, the power of the Wookiee lineage began to shift from Wang Shui's hands to Chen Mobai's after this appointment. From now on, I'll have to work hard for you. On this day, Wang Shui also completed his retirement procedures, officially announcing the end of his 240-year tenure as a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. I will bring the dance weapon lineage back to its rightful peak. Facing Wang Shui, Chen Mobai spoke, uttering words that caused the former to show slight excitement. He felt the same way when he first formed his core, believing that the dance weapon lineage would return to its peak in his hands. In reality, all his efforts were merely to ensure the smooth landing of the Wookiee lineage, preventing it from losing too much of its benefits to Mendingshan and Kunpeng. After enduring so many years, Uncle Wang finally saw Chen Mobai, the successor everyone had been waiting for, and could finally put everything aside and peacefully try to form his nascent soul. After struggling for half my life in this Wangwu grotto, I can finally return to my hometown without any distractions. Wang Shui's hometown is in the Snow Sea Cave in the north, which is very close to the far north. His last direct relative died 100 years ago, but even so, it is still the place where his soul returns. However, considering that Chen Mobai is about to take up his post in Wangwu Cave Heaven, and some unexpected situations may occur, Wang Shui will stay in the capital for another year. He will also take this time to collect some information and spiritual objects related to nascent soul formation. A year later, Wang Shui will choose to return to Snow Sea Cave Heaven, to his hometown where he has the deepest childhood memories, and try to form his nascent soul. On this day, Chen Mobai saw Wenren Zui off. Originally, the Jumeng Academy intended to make her the Minister of Finance, but because Chen Mobai came out of seclusion, Wenren Zui felt that with him as an ally, she did not need to be too high profile. Therefore, she simply took over the role of a member of the Kaiyuan Hall Rotating Committee after Nai Tinglin's retirement. The counselors of Kaiyuan Hall are actually quite idle except when there are general meetings. The rotating committee members are the busiest, but because Wenren Zui deliberately kept a low profile, Yi Yun did not give her any work to do. Moreover, after Wenren Zui took office, she worked her way up to become the head of the Immortal Sect's Spiritual Plant Resources Supervision Group. This position allows her to represent Kaiyuan Hall in inspecting forestry, medicinal herbs, spiritual plants, and other resources throughout the Immortal Sect. This also gave her a reason to travel around the Immortal Sect. She had a similar identity before, in charge of protecting the various precious tea tree resources of the Immortal Sect. This time, she directly expanded from tea trees to all the spiritual plants of the Immortal Sect. After Wenren Zui obtained this position, she immediately applied to Yi Yun for a business trip to supervise various parts of the Immortal Sect. Among the three main halls, the primary power of the Kaiyuan Hall lies in its supervisory duties, ensuring that the power of the public officials in the other two halls is not abused, and that they act within the rules and laws established by the Kaiyuan Hall. This was also one of the conditions Wenren Zui received in exchange for this position. As a member of the rotating committee, as long as she was not at Wangwu Cave, there would be one less person at Kaiyuan Hall for Yi Yun to contend with. In theory, Kaiyuan Hall has the greatest power among the three halls, and Kaiyuan Hall has always been controlled by the Kunpeng lineage. However, Jumeng, who is wielding the heaven-mending dance weapon, together occupy nearly half of the seats. If Wenren Zui were to be away supervising for an extended period, Yi would be freed from 1/3 of the constraints. When Chen Mobai learned of this, he could only sigh in dismay. Unexpectedly, Wenren Zui took advantage of my laziness. However, this is also a good thing, because when Wenren Zui left, she had already instructed the people of the Jumeng lineage to follow Chen Mobai's lead in Wangwu Cave. After seeing Wenren Zui off, Chen Mobai immediately took over the Patching Heaven group. As a secret department of the Immortal Sect, the Heaven Mending Group is mainly responsible for dealing with ancient evil sects such as the Ascension Sect, and ensuring that no people on Earth Origin Star fall into demonic possession or practice forbidden arts. In the process, if it's convenient, you should also help your superiors deal with some things that are best left unseen in public. For example, the original Immortal Sprout Cultivation project involved Lin Dayaming, the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Therefore, after learning about the matter, the Heaven Mending Group quickly took action and resolved it. It is precisely for this reason that, as the head of the Heaven Mending Group, Chen Mobai also has the same power as Wenren Zuwei, which allows him to travel freely to various places in the immortal sect. This is one of the few positions in the immortal sects that allows golden core cultivators to operate without restrictions. Of course, you still need to report to the law enforcement department before each trip. After all, Chen Mobai's other identity now is the Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department. The previous head of the Patching Sky Group was Wen Lianshan, and he was naturally promoted to Minister of Law Enforcement, handing over everything related to the Patching Sky Group very decisively. However, after Lan Haitian achieved the core formation, when Lianshan had actually relinquished all power of the Heaven Mending Group to Lan Haitian. Therefore, there are many secret matters that still need to be inquired about from Lan Haitian. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had a lot of influence. After his appointment was announced, Lan Haitian called him specifically to say that if there was anything he needed, he could just call him anytime. The Patching Sky Group is divided into 9 groups. One group is responsible for overseeing the operations of the other 8 groups. Chen Mobai, the overall group leader, also serves as the leader of one of the groups. Kingnu's group was the medical group. On Chen Mobai's first day in office, he transferred her to his group and made her his personal secretary. Chen Mobai gave the position of deputy group leader to Lin Yin, the only person he knew. Back in Dengxia City, the two had fought side by side and shared a bond of camaraderie. Lin Yin had followed Lan Haitian for a long time and knew everything about the Heaven Mending Group. Originally, Lan Haitian planned to wait a few years until he had established himself in the Immortal Affairs Hall, and then find a way to transfer Lin Yin to his side. Lin Yin naturally accepted the appointment, as it was considered a promotion. Deputy Chief Team Leader Lin, I would like to see all the relevant documents and files about the Fairy Sprout Cultivation Program. After organizing all 9 groups of the Heaven Mending Group, Chen Mobai gave Lin Yin his first order in his office. Upon hearing this, Kingnu, who was standing next to Chen Mobai, trembled slightly. Lin Yin also raised his head, glanced at her, nodded gently, bowed, and left the room. A short while later, Lin Yin and another ordinary-looking middle-aged man walked in. He was Mo Huaxian, the leader of the 3rd Intelligence Group. All the files and information of the Patching Sky Group were in his possession. Team Leader Chen, here are the materials you requested. Mo Huaxian handed over a large box of documents he was holding in his arms. Kingnu immediately took it and with great excitement passed it to Chen Mobai. Okay, let me take a look first. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Lin Yin and Mo Huaxian immediately took their leave and left the office. Have you seen these? Chen Mobai pointed to the document in his hand and asked Kingnu beside him, but she shook her head. I feel like I'm being watched every moment while I'm here, so I wouldn't dare to ask for this kind of information. After hearing Kingnu's words, Chen Mobai opened the document, placed it on the desktop, and asked Kingnu to come over as well. Let's watch it together then. I'm sure you're also curious about the truth of this matter. Kingnu nodded, her eyes fixed on the text and images on the document with excitement. The Immortal Sprout Cultivation Project is an artificial embryo optimization project initiated by Lin Dayaming, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, and overseen by Yan Xinji of the Jumeng Dao Academy. This refers to using medical methods to adjust the attributes of a child's spiritual root while the child is still in the embryonic stage. This way, when the baby is born, the parents can artificially create outstanding spiritual roots such as celestial spiritual roots or exotic spiritual roots according to their needs for the child. If this project is completed in the future, everyone in the immortal sects may have a heavenly spiritual root, and there will be no more pseudo-spiritual roots or true spiritual roots. The dream of everyone becoming a dragon is no longer just a dream. After reading the beginning of the document, both Chen Mobai and Qingnu were speechless with shock. They never imagined that the original intention of the Fairy Sprout Cultivation Project would be like this. However, this could also be an attempt to embellish the plan by speaking ill of the person in charge. They looked again. The original intention of the Immortal Sprout Cultivation Program was to enable every parent to choose the spiritual root attribute of their child at birth, and then nurture and develop the child according to the most suitable spiritual root attribute from infancy, striving to ensure that everyone in the Immortal sect grows up to at least reach the core formation stage. However, this would cause huge social problems. That means the Immortal sects don't have enough resources. The Immortal sect has 300 million people. If they were all golden core cultivators, the spiritual energy they absorbed from heaven and earth every day would probably drain the spiritual veins of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Moreover, with a base of 300 million golden core cultivators, even without nascent soul elixirs, the probability of successfully forming a nascent soul on its own, even with a 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 chance, would far exceed the limits that Earth Star can withstand. In that case, if no war were initiated, the Immortal sect would likely perish in the fierce infighting. So even if the plan was well-intentioned, no one with a brain in the Immortal sect would allow it to be realized. As the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, Lin Dayaming must understand this principle. So why did he instruct Yan Xinji to carry out this Immortal Sprout Cultivation project? With this question in mind, Chen Mobai flipped to the very end, to the conclusion and approval of the Sky Mending Group for this project, only to find that it was completely blank. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Wasn't the entire file of the Immortal Sprout Cultivation project still with the Sky Mending Group? However, he quickly realized that this was, after all, a secret about Lin Dayaming, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, and it was normal for the small Heaven Mending Group not to have kept it. But just as he was about to close the book, his finger touched the blank page and he noticed something was wrong. "What's wrong?" King Nu, who was standing to the side, watched Chen Mobai pick up the document and stroke the last page back and forth, and couldn't help but ask curiously. "There are restrictions on this page. It seems that the contents of this page are hidden by these restrictions." As Chen Mobai spoke, he began to listen using the sound of an empty valley, but unfortunately, the content of the text did not fluctuate, and the restrictions set on it were very ingenious. With his barely third-level talisman-making skills, he simply could not break them. "Should we ask Lin Yin and the others?" King Nu suggested an idea, and Chen Mobai nodded. He was about to call Lin Yin and Mo Huaxian in when he suddenly remembered something. "Wait a moment, let me call Lan Haitian first." The Immortal Sprout Cultivation project clearly involves some deep levels, and Chen Mobai felt that Lin Yin and the others, who were at the foundation establishment stage, should not know about these things. Moreover, Lin Yin is Lan Haitian's man, so even if he asked Lin Yin, Lan Haitian would find out immediately. It's better to just ask him directly. The Heaven Mending Group possesses many secrets. If even one of these secrets were to leak out, it would cause a huge uproar among the immortal sects. Therefore, only the group leader is allowed to know about these secrets. In this way, if they are leaked in the future, the group leader will be held accountable. As expected, Lan Haitian knew the answer. As soon as Chen Mobai asked, he revealed the key information and explained how to view the hidden content. But the last sentence also served as a subtle warning to Chen Mobai. In fact, other higher-ups besides the Patching Heaven group also knew about these private matters, but generally, when they were leaked, the blame was placed on the Patching Heaven group. Well, I was just curious and wanted to see for myself. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, King Nu, who was standing next to him, felt a sweet warmth in her heart, thinking that Chen Mobai had done this for her sake. After ending the call with Lan Haitian, Chen Mobai used a key to unlock a safe in his office and took out a seal. This is the seal of the head of the Sky Mending Group. Simply affix it to the white paper that has been sealed, and the hidden contents on it will be revealed. After you finish reading, cover it again, and the content will disappear once more. Under King Nu's expectant gaze, Chen Mobai pressed the seal in his hand onto the last page of the document. Soon, a long string of black text came into their view. After the Immortal Sprout Cultivation project ended, because Lin Dayaming was involved, the matter was handled at a very high level. The concluding remarks in reply were personally written by Ying Guanghua, the abbot of the Zhengfa Hall. End of this chapter. Chapter 754, The Origin of the Ascended Cult Leader, 7K. Chapter 754, The Origin of the Ascended Cult Leader, 7K. Ying Guanghua. According to the surviving records, the so-called immortal sprout is likely intended to help people prepare new bodies for reincarnation after death. Upon seeing this sentence, Chen Mobai was startled. The immortal sect's method of reincarnation through physical disintegration is like a lottery, since one cannot bring their cultivation from this life to the next. Moreover, even if one overcomes the mystery of the womb, the physical body and spiritual root attributes of this life may be different from those of the previous life, forcing one to embark on a different path of cultivation, wasting most of the foundation laid in the previous life. However, if you have this custom-made fairy bud, then you can avoid this problem. If that's the case, then whose fairy bud is Qing Nu? With this question in mind, Chen Mobai continued reading. Ying Guanghua also speculated that this prepared immortal sprout should also have a method that allows those who are reincarnated after death to directly overcome the mystery of the womb. Unfortunately, Yan Xinji, who was in charge of the plan, received advance notice and defected to the Ascension sect, so they were unable to arrest him. Finally, Ying Guanghua gave his approval. All fairy sprouts should be properly placed in welfare institutions, and people should be sent to check on them regularly to ensure they are behaving like normal people. If they exhibit inhuman signs, they should be dealt with immediately. After reading all the content, King Nu kept frowning, her expression very complicated. Chen Mobai then took out another document from the archives, and as he expected, it contained the personal files of all the fairy sprouts. Among them were Qing Nu, Kong Feiken, and Yang Jing. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then handed it to King Nu first. "Take a look. If there's anything you don't want me to know, I won't look at it." But King Nu shook her head, indicating that she would not hold anything back from him, and directly laid out her file in front of Chen Mobai. The record details Qing Nu's life, her experimental career as a fairy sprout, her life in the orphanage after that, and her later experiences studying in Dangxia City and becoming an apprentice of Gu Changfeng. These records are quite detailed, suggesting that great importance was attached to her divine spiritual root. But after she was reserved by Jumeng Taoist Academy, things became simpler. Her university life can be summarized in just a few sentences, one of which is, she had a close relationship with Chen Mobai, who was from the same martial arts lineage, and they were suspected to be lovers. Upon seeing this, King Nu's fair cheeks suddenly flushed red, as if she were somewhat embarrassed. Chen Mobai cursed the third group in his heart, saying that their intelligence work was full of errors, and that he would have to find a way to rectify it in the future. While both of them remained silent, King Nu's file was completely flipped through. Because she joined the Patching Sky group in the later years of her university life, this part of the content is archived separately and is not listed above. The only thing the two of them should pay attention to was the incident in Dangxia City when Chen Mobai had just established his foundation, when Kong Feiken and Yang Jing were forcibly taken away by powerful figures from the Ascension sect. This matter was only mentioned briefly in Qing Nu's file and was not recorded in detail. After obtaining Qing Nu's consent, Chen Mobai immediately opened the files of Kong Feiken and Yang Jing. Having gone through experiences similar to Qing Nu's, they came to the most crucial year. With the intervention of a golden core cultivator and under the protection of the Heaven Mending Group, Kong Feiken and Yang Jing were abducted. The perpetrator was suspected to be a spy from the Ascension sect within the immortal realm, later confirmed to be Master Shi Qing, though this remains uncertain. Seeing this, Chen Mobai stopped. Wasn't Shi Qing the golden core cultivator who made a move in Dangxia City back then? He looked at the contents and found that they were written by Lan Haitian. He wanted to call and ask, but decided to read all the relevant files first. Lan Haitian, Kong Feiken, who was abducted by the Ascension sect, is not a concern, but Yang Jing, with his dark spiritual root, is suspected to be the third incarnation of the Ascension sect leader, sent by Yan Xinji. Upon seeing this, King Nu became extremely agitated. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, and she eventually lost her balance. Chen Mobai immediately reached out and hugged her limp body. "Xiao Jing, she's in danger." King Nu was somewhat incoherent, feeling helpless and extremely anxious in Chen Mobai's arms. "Decades have passed. If you were to be possessed, you would have been possessed long ago. Do you still have contact with Kong Feiken?" Chen Mobai hugged King Nu tightly, comforting her, and then asked her a question. "Yes, he occasionally emails me with code words that only I know." "Could you write to him?" "There's a website where I can leave a message, and then it will give me a newly registered email address. The emails I receive are different each time, but they all get delivered to Xiaochen." After hearing this, Chen Mobai remembered the contact information that Kong Feiken had given him. He asked King Nu for the website address, and sure enough, it was the same. "Tell him about this. He's the only one left by Yang Jing's side, and he's the only one we can rely on." Although Chen Mo said this, he didn't have much confidence in Kong Feiken, feeling that the guy was incompetent and unreliable. After all, it was he who insisted on bringing Yang Jing to the Ascension sect to resolve the aftereffects of the two divine arts. Now, judging from this secret information from the Heaven Mending group, it's possible that he was tricked by the Ascension sect, causing him to hand over Yang Jing, this celestial sprout, to the tiger's den. I just hope that Kong Feiken won't have a mental breakdown after learning about this. I'll be right away." After hearing Chen Mobai's reminder, King Nu finally realized what was happening and immediately took out a spare phone to make the call. "Don't contact us here at the Sky Mending group. Let's go somewhere else. I happen to have a few things I need to ask Lan Haitian about." After memorizing all the contents of the files using the small book, Chen Mobai notified Lin Yin and Mo Huaxian outside to bring over the information about the Ascension sect. "Chief, the Ascension cult's materials fill 3 rooms of archives. Are you sure you want to bring them all?" However, Lin Yin, upon receiving the news, asked a somewhat hesitant question. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and asked Lin Yin to bring over the information on the Dragon Tiger ancestor and the Ascended Sect Master. A short while later, Lin Yin and Mo Huaxian walked in, carrying 2 sets of documents as tall as themselves. By this time, King Nu had calmed down and stood beside Chen Mobai. "Team leader, this is a part. After you've looked at it, we'll go get the rest." As Lin Yin spoke, he placed the documents in his hand on the table. Both the Dragon Tiger ancestor and the Ascended Sect Master belong to ancient lineages that have been passed down for dozens of generations. They have taken over the data from several generations since the founding of the immortal sect. Chen Mobai nodded, imprinting the information into his mind with the small book, while contacting Lan Haitian to see when he would be free to invite him to dinner. It might be after midnight. Lord Ying has just taken office, and as his personal secretary, I have a lot to do. Lan Haitian gave Chen Mobai a lot of face, and even though he was really busy, he still made time to meet. "Then I'll trouble you. I have some questions about the Ascension sect that I'd like to ask you. Let's meet at the same place as last time. I'll have Lin Yin arrange it." Chen Mobai's words made Lin Yin look up at him with a strange expression. Last time, Lan Haitian asked her to arrange a place to meet Chen Mobai, but now it's the other way around. The upside-down nature of her life gave her a sense of drama. Night. In a secluded clubhouse on the outskirts of Wangwu Cave, Chen Mobai waited with Qing Nu. The latter looked worried. She had already contacted Kong Feiken and obtained an updated email address. She was just waiting to send out the content she needed to edit after meeting with Lan Haitian. After waiting for half an hour, Lin Yin led the travel-worn Lan Haitian in. After only half a month apart, Lan Haitian looked rather weak, seemingly exhausted from his new position next to the Immortal Affairs Palace Master. This is a 3rd-grade spiritual tea, which can eliminate fatigue and clear the mind. Since he needed a favor, Chen Mobai naturally brought out some good stuff, handing the brewed snow needle fairy sprouts to Lan Haitian. The latter took a sip, and his eyes lit up. He felt all his fatigue disappear with that one sip. "What excellent tea!" Upon hearing Lan Haitian's exclamation, Chen Mobai immediately took out a small box that he had prepared beforehand and handed it to him. "This tea is the king of teas in my Dangxia mountain tea garden. The production is limited. Take it and try it. I will prepare some more for you when the tea is picked next year." Lan Haitian looked at the small box, about the size of his palm, that was handed to him, and declined it somewhat embarrassedly. Even in Wangwu Grotto Heaven, third-grade spiritual tea is extremely precious. Especially the snow needle fairy sprout, which seems to be particularly full of vitality, can refresh and invigorate people like Lan Haitian who work late into the night every day. Lan Haitian was eager to befriend Chen Mobai and deepen their friendship, so after declining the offer for a while, he smiled and accepted the small box of tea into his own domain. Is Yan Xinji the dragon and tiger ancestor of this generation? Chen Mobai asked the first question he wanted to ask. The archives of the Heaven Mending Group indicate that the latest generation of dragon-tiger ancestors is most likely Yan Xinji, who defected from the immortal sect, but no definitive conclusion is reached. After hearing this, Lan Haitian glanced at King Nu beside Chen Mobai with a strange look. Seeing that Chen Mobai didn't react, he hesitated for a moment and then said to Lin Yin at the door, "I have some personal matters to discuss with team leader Chen. Why don't you have a couple of drinks with Qing Nu?" Hearing this, Lin Yin looked at Chen Mobai with some difficulty. "She is his now. I'll do as Secretary Lan says." Chen Mobai did not want to hide anything from King Nu, but it was clear that what Lan Haitian was about to say might involve her, or perhaps he didn't want her to know, so he couldn't put Lan Haitian in a difficult position. After all, he is now in need of Lan Haitian's help. "Yes, Chief." Lin Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, and Qing Nu also tactfully got up and walked out with her, closing the door behind them. Lan Haitian never expected that, after only half a month away, his former trusted subordinates would already be so obedient to Chen Mobai. Although I knew this day would come, I still couldn't help but feel disappointed when it actually happened. However, having honed his skills in the Heaven Mending Group for over a century, this emotion was only fleeting. He remained expressionless and answered Chen Mobai's question without batting an eye. "You should have seen the complete file of the immortal sprout cultivation plan from back then, right? Actually, there was another immortal sprout with a heavenly earth spiritual root, but when Yan Xinji defected, he took that immortal sprout with him. I suspect that this is the reincarnation that was cultivated for Lin Dayaming. I'm not sure if the current dragon-tiger ancestor is Yan Xinji, since you can see all the information about the Heaven Mending Group that I can see now. However, I can tell you something. Venerable Yuangsu once communicated with the current dragon-tiger ancestor, but this matter is not recorded in the archives of the Heaven Mending Group. So if you want to confirm whether the dragon-tiger ancestor is Yan Xinji, you can ask Venerable Yuangsu. This matter came from my mouth and entered your ears. If you were to tell a third person, I would not admit that I told you." No wonder Lan Haitian only told Chen Mobai. When it comes to nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect, one must indeed be cautious. Why did Venerable Yuangsu communicate with Patriarch Longhu? Was this before or after Yan Xinji's defection? When Chen Mobai asked again, Lan Haitian answered afterwards, then hesitated for a moment before revealing another secret. "I heard about this from Palace Master Ying. It seems that Venerable Yuangsu wanted to verify something. I suspect that he wanted to confirm whether Lin Dayaming had colluded with the Ascension sect, but I don't know whether Ancestor Kaingsing knows about this." At this point, Chen Mobai felt that it was absolutely necessary for Lan Haitian to send Qing Nu and Lin Yin away. If the content of their conversation were to get out, it would cause a huge uproar in the three main halls. In other words, Chen Mobai has now officially taken over the Wookiee lineage, and his status and position are different. Otherwise, Lan Haitian would not have told him these things. What is the connection between Yang Jing's dark spiritual root and the ascended sect master? Chen Mobai then asked his second question of the day. At this point, A look of regret appeared on Lan Haitian's face. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and gave an answer that he didn't really want to say. The first incarnation of the ascended sect master was a reincarnation who had just been eliminated from his military service. He was admitted to the Kunpeng Dao Academy, and due to his outstanding talent, received the inheritance of the 6 imperial scriptures. With his extraordinary wisdom, he devised a method to fully master the 6 imperial scriptures through unorthodox means, namely, reincarnation after physical death. He will cultivate one of the 6 parts in each lifetime. When he achieves mastery, he will be able to integrate all 6 parts. At that time, he may become another person after ancestor Zhongli who has mastered the 6 imperial scriptures. His body will transform into a candle dragon, and when he opens his eyes, it will be daytime, and when he closes his eyes, it will be nighttime. His supernatural powers will be limitless. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's pupils widened, his face filled with shock. Although he had long suspected that the Ascension sect might have an unusual relationship with the immortal sect, he never expected that the leader of this cult would have such a background. No wonder there is very little information about this generation's ascended leader in the archives of the Heaven Mending Group. It's estimated that the Kunpeng lineage felt ashamed, so they took action to delete it. The dark spiritual root corresponds to the obscurity section of the 6 imperial scriptures, representing eternal darkness and obscurity. Only cultivators with the dark spiritual root can master this section. It was for this reason that after Yang Jing was captured, Lan Haitian, combining what he knew about the Ascension cult leader, came to this conclusion and recorded it. Kong Feikin has a wind spirit root, so is he also one of the backup immortal buds for the Ascension sect master. Chen Mobai thought of this again. The 6 imperial scriptures contain the wind section. That's not the case, because when the ascended sect master first died, he had already mastered the 6 imperial wind section. Hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't know whether to be happy or worried. It would be so much better if Yang Jing and Kong Feikin switched places. Why did Yang Jing suffer all the hardships? If that's the case, why doesn't your Kunpeng lineage take action to eliminate the Ascension sect leader? Keeping him alive would only tarnish your reputation. After hearing this, Lan Haitian gave a wry smile and then told another secret. 300 years ago, the Lord of Kaiyuan Palace gained the approval of the 2 ancestors and led the experts of the immortal sects away from Earth Origin Star to personally eradicate the ancient evil sects. The results of this battle were enormous. The first incarnation of the ascended sect master was destroyed. The physical body of the Flower Blossom Abbot was severed. The soul of that generation's dragon tiger ancestor was destroyed, and the others, such as the Golden Stone Hermitage Master and the True Yang Taoist, also died under the siege of the immortal sect's army. Among the ancient lineages that remained intact were the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master and the Lord of the Life and Death Hall. Among them, the Lord of the Life and Death Hall did not take any action at all, but went into hiding after receiving the news. As for the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master, he used 72 avatars to self-destruct, covering his own escape. After this battle, all the surviving ancient sects truly united. The Ascension sect master returned after his second incarnation following the battle, quickly recovered his strength, and subdued the rest. That's why the current unity of the ancient evil sects is called the Ascension sect. Chen Mobai knew about this matter. The predecessor of the Ascension sect was the Ascension Gate, which was an ancient Taoist lineage that pursued ascension to immortality. When the ancient evil sects united later, the ascended sect master had the strongest cultivation and was elected as the leader of the alliance. 300 years ago, the ancient evil sect suffered such heavy losses. It seems that the nascent soul cultivators on our side of the immortal sect are much stronger than the nascent soul cultivators of the evil sect. In the last 1,000 years, 2 nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect have passed away. One of them was the former head of the Immortal Affairs Hall who was refining the rules, and the other was the former principal of the Kunpeng Dao Academy. According to their ages, they all died of natural causes. which means that the immortal sect did not lose a single nascent soul cultivator in the battle to suppress the ancient evil sects. Brother Chen, that's because when we were fighting, Ancestor Bai Guang was backing up from behind. Lan Haitian smiled and explained why the immortal sect suffered no losses, while the ancient evil sects suffered a crushing defeat, with almost half of their elite forces killed. I see. After hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. It is said that the Ascension Master was quite confident back then. He wanted to lead the allied forces of the ancient evil sects to fight against the immortal sects, to prove himself with his overwhelming strength, and even to break through his bottleneck, cultivate his primordial spirit, and return to Earth origin star through this battle. Then the white light ancestor unleashed a sword strike. With this strike, the ascended sect master was already decapitated. If it weren't for the ancient treasure that blocked it, his mind and spirit would probably have been destroyed, leaving him with no possibility of reincarnation. With the death of the Ascension sect leader, the ancient evil sects collapsed and scattered, and were hunted down by the Kaiyuan Palace Master and others, which is why they achieved such a glorious victory. It turns out they were all intimidated by the divine power of their white light ancestor, the lineage leader of the weapon-wielding sect, and dared not resist. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt an indescribable sense of pride welling up inside him. That is probably why Lan Hai Genius told him these secrets without reservation. After all, Chen Mobai is now the representative of the Wookiee lineage in the immortal sect, and can also represent the white light ancestor. Brother Lan, I have one last question. Is Qing Nu Yan Xinji's resurrected daughter? Chen Mobai checked the information of the Heaven Mending Group and confirmed that there was no term for fetal transformation essence, so he did not dare to ask Lan Haitian about it directly. Instead, he decided to approach the question from this angle. I also asked Master Sanju about this matter. He believes that with the technology of the immortal sects, it is impossible to completely resurrect a person. Although Yan Xinji is a genius, at most he can only use his daughter's genes to recreate an infant. Qing Nu's appearance is exactly the same as Yan Xinji's deceased daughter, and her genes are also exactly the same, but her soul is completely new. Yan Xinji created her, so he can be said to be Qing Nu's father, but Qing Nu is definitely not his deceased daughter. Yan Xinji may consider King Nu his daughter, but in the immortal sect, she is just an orphan who grew up in an orphanage without parents. After hearing what Lan Haitian said, Chen Mobai felt relieved. Thank you so much, Brother Lan, for coming to answer my questions so late at night. Chen Mobai raised his teacup and toasted Lan Haitian. He then asked about Shi Qing and Chan Si, but because it involved the old ancestor Kaiyan Xing, Lan Haitian dared not say anything and told him that if he wanted to know, he could ask Master Yuan Su. After discussing these private matters, the two then talked about the recent turmoil among the upper echelons of the three main halls. The affairs of the Immortal Affairs Hall are even more complicated. After all, it is in charge of thousands of departments of the immortal sect, involving all walks of life and all aspects. Lan Haitian was newly transferred there, and even with the help of the Bushan and Kunpeng lineages, he still felt somewhat strained. However, he enjoyed it. Because if things continue like this, he will definitely receive a share of the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation, refined by the immortal sects 100 years from now. Regardless of whether he succeeds in forming his nascent soul 100 years later, he will be able to rightfully take over the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. If one does not achieve nascent soul formation, one can wait another 100 years to obtain another nascent soul formation elixir. In the immortal sects, this was considered the path to heaven. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Chen Mobai and Lan Haitian ended their conversation with some lingering reluctance. Brother Lan, take care. Chen Mobai personally saw Lan Haitian out, where Lin Yin was waiting in his car at the door. Brother Chen, let's chat again when we have time. After saying goodbye in high spirits, Lan Haitian got into his car and left. After watching him leave, Chen Mobai went back with Qing Nu. On the way, he told Qing Nu about some of the things he had said to Lan Haitian, including the fact that the ascended sect master had cultivated the 6 imperial scriptures, which greatly shocked Qing Nu. Yang Jing may indeed be in danger. Tell Kong Fiken about this. Now that the threat of the divine arts has been resolved, I will arrange for him to abandon the darkness and embrace the light when the time is right. Chen Mobai's words deeply moved King Nu, but she was also worried that such words might implicate him. If Yang Jing is really going to be possessed by the Ascension sect master, his chances of mastering the 6 imperial scriptures will increase, which is not a good thing for the immortal sects. If Kong Fiken can heed our advice and bring Yang Jing back to the immortal sect, it will be a great achievement. I will pull some strings and he should be spared the death penalty. At most, he will serve his life in prison. I can arrange the prison, ensuring he is comfortable and can even cultivate. If you perform well and reveal information about the Ascension sect that the immortal sect doesn't know, you might even get a reduced sentence and be released early to enjoy the wonderful and free air of Earth Origin Star. Chen Mobai's words filled King Nu with hope. She was already imagining the wonderful life she would have with her loved ones after Kong Fiken and Yang Jing returned. Yes, I have already sent him the email. I hope he will contact us as soon as he sees it. Overwhelmed with excitement, King Nu typed at lightning speed. After Chen Mobai reviewed it and confirmed there were no issues, she clicked Send successfully. The two walked through the darkness, and by the time they returned to King Nu's rented apartment, an hour had passed. This is also Chen Mobai's residence. Because he was worried that Qing Nu would be taken away by Lin Dayaming, he found an apartment here after confirming that he had joined the Zhengfa Hall. This is public rental housing belonging to the immortal sect. Other public officials would definitely have to wait in line if they wanted to live here. But Chen Mobai's status was different. The next day, the public official living in King's building was promoted from a lowly clerk in the Ministry of Mining to the deputy director of the mining bureau in a blessed city outside. Although he went from being a government official in the capital to a local official, the allure of governing a region made him happily accept the appointment. He completed the handover as quickly as possible and left Wangwu Cave to take up his post. Good night. At the top of the stairs, Chen Mobai smiled and said goodbye to King Nu. The latter watched his retreating figure as he went upstairs, hesitated for a long time, and was still too embarrassed to invite him. She could only blush and enter her room. Another half-month has passed in the blink of an eye. Because they lived in the same place, Chen Mobai and King Nu went to and from get off work at the same time every day. To outsiders, it was almost obvious that the two were together. During the Spring Festival holiday, would you like to go back to Jumeng Taoist Temple for a visit and do me a favor while you're at it? That day, Chen Mobai offered a suggestion to King Nu. He had a family in Dangxia City, so it wasn't appropriate for him to take King Nu back with him. But he was also afraid that King Nu would be taken away by Lin Dayaming at that moment. Just as he was feeling troubled, Wenren Zue called. She spoke with Master Peach Blossom about the myriad transformations Thunder Water, and the latter said she would be willing to exchange it if she had a water spirit pearl. Chen Mobai thought that it would be a good opportunity for King Nu to take Pearl back to Jumeng Dao Academy, so that she could return to her alma mater after more than 40 years and have a good new year there. He refused to believe that Lin Dayaming could kidnap people from Jumeng Taoist Academy. Oh, okay, what is it? After hearing this, King Nu looked slightly disappointed, but still obediently nodded. She hoped to spend the Lunar New Year with him. After hearing this, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief and handed over the 10 pearls to her. Such a precious thing, should I handle it? When Qing Nu heard that it was a deal worth 1 billion, she was greatly surprised. You're the only person I trust. I don't feel comfortable with anyone else. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, King Nu's disappointment vanished, and she nodded solemnly, indicating that she would certainly live up to his expectations. End of this chapter. Chapter 755 Void Stone, 7K. Chapter 755 Void Stone, 7K. King Nu was given an early leave by Chen Mobai and went to Linwu Cave, with 10 water spirit pearls. Of course, Chen Mobai had already spoken with Wenren Zuwei before she went, and she would arrange the handover. After King Nu left, Chen Mobai began to say goodbye to his friends in Wangwu Cave. He also went to the Boundary Gate Administration and bought 2 more void blind boxes. One of them is completely blank, while the other has something on it. Because of the auspicious blessing, what was obtained was quite good. It contained some third-tier talisman paper and ink, as well as several drawn talismans of different grades, all in excellent condition. Among these, what surprised Chen Mobai the most was a Heavenly Heart Sword talisman. Upon inspection, the talisman paper and ink were indeed found to be of the 3rd rank, Azure Cloud talisman paper and Flying Rainbow talisman ink. However, these had already been recreated in Chen Mobai's own talisman factory. But you can also take it back and compare it to see if there is any difference between the one restored by your factory and the one before. Chen Mobai stored all the spoils from opening blind boxes into his domain, thinking about what kind of items he should announce to the outside world. He definitely wouldn't mention the Heavenly Heart Sword talisman, since even without the blind box, with the heaven and earth all beings' crown's inner vision, he could draw it himself with a little time. After thinking for a while, Chen Mobai quickly thought of something and decided to use it. After opening the blind boxes, Chen Mobai made arrangements for the staff of the Patching Sky Group to be on duty during the Spring Festival, and then announced the holiday 3 days in advance. However, as a leader, he would definitely stick to the last shift. In the last 3 days, he even took the time to visit Meng Huanger. Having been in Wangwu Cave for so long, Chen Mobai felt quite embarrassed that it was only now that he had finally visited his good friend. However, he was indeed very busy before. Meng Huanger was overjoyed by his arrival and showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. After all, during this period, appointment notices for the 3 major halls of the immortal sect have been coming one after another. As a civil servant with a formal position, she is well aware of the immense pressure that comes with being in charge of one of the 4 branches of the immortal sect. She was already very happy that Chen Mobai came to see her. She was afraid that Chen Mobai, now in a high position, might cut off contact with her, an actress, in order to maintain his own reputation. That day, the alarm clock rang in the morning. After a wonderful night, Chen Mobai opened his eyes and released the smooth, delicate body in his arms. Meng Huanger, who had been exhausted from working all night, was immediately awakened by this action. Get some rest. Chen Mobai took the flight this morning. After using the underworld array, he won't be discovered by anyone when he comes to Meng Huanger's place, and she won't need to help him get out. Okay, see you next year. Meng Huanger, wrapped lazily in the blanket, waved weakly at Chen Mobai, who was picking up his clothes from the floor beside the bed, before falling into a deep sleep again. After getting dressed, Chen Mobai disappeared into the room where he had stayed for 3 nights, his silver light flashing. For the past 3 days, he has been spending the night here after finishing his work. Meng Huanger was overjoyed by his arrival and did not leave the house for 3 days and 3 nights. Especially last night, when we learned he was leaving, our passion was even more intense. Unfortunately, after Chen Mobai formed his core, she was no match for him. Moreover, his immortal body was best at recovery, and Meng Huanger always had to beg for mercy in a delicate way. When he arrived at the airport waiting room, Chen Mobai was still reminiscing about the wonderful days he had spent there. Fortunately, he was determined, and by the time he arrived in Dangxia City, he had regained his original calm Dao heart. At the airport, Sui Shanfu, the city lord of Dangxia City, personally led people from various departments to wait for his arrival. There's no need for that in the future. I'm just going home for the Chinese New Year. Chen Mobai said to Sui Shanfu that he was always a low-key person and didn't like this. Yes, Committee Member Chen. Upon hearing this, Sui Shanfu immediately nodded in agreement. However, even though Chen Mobai didn't mention it, he was determined to make the arrangements. That's how this industry works. You have to do your best before your boss says no. After all, Chen Mobai's identity is different now. Not only is he a member of the rotating committee of Kaiyuan Hall, but he is also the deputy minister of the Law Enforcement Department and a major general in the military. He is one of the most powerful figures in the immortal sects, ranking among the top 20. Not to mention, in name only, Danxia City is still under his control and can be considered his direct subordinate force. On the way, Chen Mobai chatted with Sui Shanfu about the government affairs and people's livelihood in Danxia City this year. Although he did not manage affairs, he would find out about them every year. After all, when the final summary was submitted to Wangwu Cave Heaven, it required his signature as the nominal governor. Xu and Shuang Company's turnover reached 300 million this year. Not bad, not bad. Among these things, Sui Shanfu mentioned something that made Chen Mobai very happy. Yan Bingshuan's Shaki Energy Company, with the continuous support of policies and the constant influx of students from the 3 universities, has begun to flourish and is already one of the top 3 taxpayers in Danxia City. The market for evil energy in Danxia and Yumu cities is basically dominated by Xuanshuang Company. However, after opening up the market, Yan Bingshuan did not blindly expand. Instead, she began to refine her skills and, with the help of the advanced nature of the 5 elements essence puppet, prepared to create a higher-level synthetic qi elixir. She has recently been synthesizing 3rd-tier spirit liquid. If she can succeed in one of them, she can leave Danxia City and begin to march towards the market of the Great Cave Heaven. With Chen Mobai's support, there will definitely be no shortage of business. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately sent Yan Bingshuan a text message. Because she was often in the laboratory leading the team to synthesize evil energy, he was afraid of disturbing her. Half an hour later, Yan Bingshuan called back. Chen Mobai had just finished delivering the Danxia City government report for the year, and immediately used the underworld array to teleport towards Xuanshuang Company. Oh, are you about to break through in your cultivation? Congratulations! In the office of Xuanshuang Company, Chen Mobai saw the cold and beautiful woman sitting in the office chair and noticed the uncontrollable fluctuations of her spiritual energy. He couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling very happy. When he was at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, Yan Bingshuan had just reached the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. After breaking through this late-stage bottleneck, although she still needed to improve the value of her ice spirit root, her progress was not slow. Now, 7 years later, he has not only broken through to the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, but his spiritual energy is also overflowing, indicating that he may break through to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment at any time. Perhaps I can even try to open up new realms in the same batch as Chen Ziohe. Compared to you, I am far inferior. When Yan Bingshuan saw Chen Mobai appear out of nowhere in her office, a gentle smile, as if melting snow, appeared on her face. Every time Chen Mobai saw her smile, he always felt a sense of warmth. After all, this was a beautiful view that only he could see. Once you reach the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, I'll see if I can arrange for the opening of the boundary gate. Yan Qiangji was able to successfully open a boundary at the Foundation Establishment stage, so perhaps you can too. Chen Mobai's words made Yan Bingshuan shake her head somewhat insecurely. My great aunt has an innate ice spirit root and is also exceptionally talented, which is why she was able to do this. I probably can't do it. Yan Bingshuan was telling the truth. Logically speaking, the possibility of her opening up a domain at the Foundation Establishment stage was extremely slim, but with Chen Mobai's help, it was not so certain. This is a void stone I found in a blind box. Take it and ponder it. Chen Mobai thought that his daughter was about to open up a realm, and that he himself would obviously need a lot of time to master the 3rd level of the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram, so he decided to have the void stone bleached by the immortal sect. Unfortunately, Qing Nu and Meng Huinger had already reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment and participated in the creation of the realm. After their failure, they could only wait until they formed their core. Otherwise, Chen Mobai would definitely have made arrangements for the 2 of them as well. This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Yan Bingxuan was taken aback when Chen Mobai gave her a void stone, and she stood up to decline it repeatedly. Void stone is one of the 9 most precious minerals in the immortal sect. At an auction held once every 80 years, a void stone of impeccable origin was purchased by Venerable Yungsu for 1.3 billion merits. Yan Bingxuan had heard about this when she was studying at the Bushan Dao Academy. It was said that the void stone was treasured by Master Yungsu, who would grind a little bit of the void stone into powder every time he did an experiment, and he cherished it very much. Take it. Do we need to be polite between us? More than half of the good deeds I earned from opening this void blind box came from you. Chen Mobai's account contains nearly 70 million merit points, which is the profit of Xu and Shuang Company over the years. Although his talisman factory in the immortal sect can generate more than 10 million merit points in profit every year, it is basically just for show. Most of it is used to produce talisman paper and ink for Zion and shampoo. If we need to use more funds to purchase blind boxes in the future, we will probably have to focus on developing Xuanshuang Company. Previously, it was to avoid attracting attention, but now that he holds a high position of power, he can protect himself. Yan Bingxuan still declined, but Chen Mobai simply stuffed it into her hand. You've worked so hard to master the Ice Soul Divine Light, and I don't want your efforts to be in vain. Take it. I want to see you successfully open up your domain, because that way we can go further together in the future. I don't want to be without you as a friend 100 years from now. Chen Mobai's words made Yan Bingxuan, who was still about to refuse, stop what she was doing. She raised her head, met his sincere gaze, gripped the void stone in her hand and nodded heavily. I understand, I won't let you down. Seeing Yan Bingxuan accept the void stone, Chen Mobai smiled. Want to go for a walk together? Yan Bingxuan asked in a gentle tone that no outsider could see. In the past, when Chen Mobai came to see her after leaving seclusion at the top of Dangxia Mountain, he would always take her to see the scenery of the Wudong Forest. No, I don't think so. My current position is rather sensitive. Just keep me company for a while. It feels like it's been a long time since we chatted. Chen Mobai, thinking of his current identity, and fearing that the students would see and take pictures of him, shook his head. Yan Bingxuan nodded in agreement, and then sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Mobai. The two mainly discussed matters related to the boundary. The Ice Soul Divine Light helps to freeze the power of the void, increasing the cultivator's hope of opening up new realms. This is Yan Qiangzhi's method. Chen Mobai, as a member of the resource-based school, naturally has his own methods as well. He told Yan Bingxuan about the void fluctuations he had heard, guiding her to feel the void power within the void stone. This process is extremely difficult. After all, Yan Bingxuan was only a foundation establishment cultivator. However, because she had Yan Qiangzhi's successful path to follow, her starting conditions were already higher than those of all other foundation establishment cultivators in the immortal sect compared to those who could not even enter the sect. After much guidance from Chen Mobai, she finally managed to capture the first wisp of void power with her Ice Soul Divine Light. Unfortunately, her cultivation level was not high enough, and this wisp of void power dissipated into the air before she could freeze it. Yan Bingxuan's face showed heartache and frustration. Practice slowly. Let me know when you've used up this void stone, and I'll let you know how many I have left in the blind boxes I opened. This is enough, I will cherish it. Yan Bingxuan shook her head, indicating that she would work even harder and try to master the secret of freezing void power before she ran out of the void stone in her hand. It's also important to balance work and rest. Take a good break during the Chinese New Year. Chen Mobai offered a word of advice to Yan Bingxuan, whose eyes were tired but whose grip on the void stone was firm. I will be on duty at the company this year. I don't trust anyone else to watch over those third-tier evil spirit liquids. Yan Bingxuan shook her head, indicating that she would not be taking a holiday this year. Chen Mobai didn't say much after hearing this, since it was her company after all. As darkness fell, Chen Mobai also took his leave and returned to his home in Dangxia City. Chen Xinglan and Tang Pangqui were preparing dinner. After finishing their meal, he left Dangxia City early the next morning and went to Yumu City. The cozy fuchsia flower shop remained unchanged since he left. The clear sound of wind chimes rang out as he stepped through the gate. Shi Wanyu, who was arranging various flowers, heard the noise, looked up, and the moment she saw him, her face showed an unprecedented surprise. A little while later, Chen Ziohe also came downstairs and greeted Chen Mobai with joy. "Go and pick up your parents tomorrow." At night, Chen Mobai spoke to Shi Wanyu in his arms, and she trembled and looked up, somewhat moved. Shi Wanyu's parents were ordinary qi refining cultivators. Her mother was from the Yu family, and she was their only daughter. When Shi Wanyu returned home heavily pregnant after graduation, they were furious and even announced that they were severing ties. But after all, they were their own flesh and blood. When the two elders heard the news of Ziohai's birth, they rushed to the hospital. Later, Shi Wanyu's mother sought help from the Yu family, and in the end, Yu Huoping personally came from Wufeng Immortal Mountain and took away Ziohai, who had the 9-yin meridian. After Ziohai was born, Shi Wanyu's relationship with her parents improved slightly, especially in recent years, as the two elderly people approached their twilight years and moved into a nursing home. Perhaps when a person is about to die, they no longer care about saving face. So be it, they had a daughter out of wedlock. After all, it's the continuation of their bloodline. After Chen Mobai and Ziohai were reunited, Shi Wanyu told her parents about it and explained her reasons. When the two elders realized that it was their daughter who had made the mistake, they understood why. For so many years, no matter how much they pressed her, Shi Wanyu was unwilling to reveal who Ziohai's father was. After learning the truth, the two elders felt deeply apologetic towards Chen Mobai. After all, this son-in-law has a very high reputation in the immortal sects. If Shi Wanyu hadn't used those methods, there would have been no way she could have given birth to his daughter. Therefore, the two elders wanted to apologize to Chen Mobai on behalf of Shi Wanyu. However, Shi Wanyu was too embarrassed to tell Chen Mobai about this, so her daughter, knowing her predicament, secretly told Chen Mobai. Now that their family, Chen Mobai, as the son-in-law, should definitely meet his parents-in-law during the spring festival. Very good, very good. Indeed, he is dignified and extraordinary. After receiving Chen Mobai's approval, Shi Wanyu brought her parents back from the nursing home. The elderly couple, sitting in wheelchairs, nodded repeatedly when they saw Chen Mobai standing with Chen Ziohe. "My parents will be coming tomorrow. I bought a house in the suburbs, so let's celebrate the new year together as a family." Chen Mobai explained his arrangements, and Chen Xinglin and Tang Pengqi also came by train today. "You can make the arrangements, we have no objections." The mother-in-law spoke kindly. They knew Chen Mobai's current status in the immortal sect and that he had a daughter, which he couldn't announce to the public. However, the fact that the two families were having dinner together meant that he acknowledged Shi Wanyu as his Taoist partner, and that was enough for the two elders. On Chinese New Year's Day, Chen Ziohe played a card game with his grandparents and maternal grandparents. Chen Mobai and Shi Wanyu went upstairs to rest early. In this courtyard on the outskirts of Yumu City, the whole family happily spent the new year together. However, despite the allure of tender family affection, Chen Mobai never forgot his cultivation. Because the spiritual veins here are only at the 3rd level, they are not suitable for his cultivation. So besides cultivating the phoenix rising to the sun diagram, he also cultivated a secret technique that he had been promoting for a long time, the falling treasure golden light. He had already mastered this secret technique to the level of falling treasure, but he would need about 6 more years to refine the gold crystal before reaching the highest level of refining treasure. However, with the blessing of introspection under the crown of heaven and earth, he deciphered all the mysteries of this secret technique and completed the equivalent of 2 or 3 years of cultivation progress in just half a year. It should take about another 6 months to fully master it. Having discovered this, Chen Mobai hung the inner vision of the crown of heaven and earth on the falling treasure golden light, wanting to perfect it in the shortest possible time. Once he has mastered the technique, he can use his refining treasure realm to examine the origins of the black cloth he obtained from Yan Fusheng. According to his estimation, this piece of cloth was at least a fourth-tier magic weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the sharpness of the purple lightning sword. He also considered whether to use the void blind box to bleach the goods, and then have it appraised by the immortal sect's treasure appraisers. But since the falling treasure golden light technique could be mastered in a short time, he decided not to take such a risk. After all, this dark brown fabric bears the marks of the celestial river realm. In addition to cultivating the phoenix rising to the sun diagram and the golden light of falling treasures, Chen Mobai also guided his daughter to comprehend the power of the void. The reason I chose to use the void blind box to bleach the void stone was originally for my daughter. However, the cultivators on the immortal sect side were probably used to being poor. Although Chen Mobai said he still had some of it, both Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe were very careful when using the void stone, afraid of wasting even a trace of void power. Good times are always fleeting. With his annual leave coming to an end, Chen Mobai, now the fourth most important figure in the Zhengfa Hall, was about to return to Wangwu Cave. Chen Xinglan suggested that Shi Wanyu and Chen Ziohe also go to the capital with Chen Mobai. After all, it's never good for a family to be separated for a long time. However, the immortal sect has a 10-year local jurisdiction principle for public officials. That means that after a public official is transferred, they must serve a minimum term of 10 years before they can be transferred again. Chen Ziohe was just transferred from Wangwu Cave Heaven. Even though Chen Mobai now holds a high position and great power, he cannot violate this principle and transfer her back. Let's stay here after all, we also need to take care of mom and dad. Although Shi Wanyu also wanted to go with Chen Mobai, she didn't want to be separated from her daughter. In addition, her parents probably only had 2 years left, so she decided to stay in Yumu City. Then I'll leave the household chores to you. While Chen Mobai regretted that his family couldn't go to Wangwu Cave, he also breathed a sigh of relief. On the last day of his annual leave, Chen Mobai took Chen Xinglan and Tang Pankui back to Dangxia City. He also visited the 2 academies of Chixia and Danju, because he would be spending a long time in Wangwu Cave Heaven in the future, so he appointed 2 capable teachers as acting principals. After completing this task, Yan Bingxuan, who knew he was back, came over. The 2 spent the last rays of their holiday at the top of Dangxia Mountain, facing the sunrise. After Yan Bingxuan descended the mountain, Chen Mobai stood beneath the enormous jade parasol tree, testing the appearance and functions of the heaven and earth crown in the darkness. Just as he had expected, strands of silk threads emerged from various parts of the immortal sect and connected to his white jade crown. The nearest end of the silk thread to him was Yan Bingxuan, who had just started walking down the mountain. He had also tried several times in the immortal sect these days. He discovered that every thread connecting all living beings in the universe was linked to someone connected to him. Before he joined the Hall of Righteous Law, although there were quite a few threads on the immortal sect side, they were easy to spot at a glance. After the conference, and after he took over various positions in the immortal sect, the number of these threads increased 100-fold, almost obscuring the crowns of all living beings in heaven and earth, turning into a misty white fog. Chen Mobai knew that this was because all the people in the immortal sect related to his position were linked together. Although his cultivation speed remained unchanged, Chen Mobai inexplicably felt the pressure in his heart growing heavier and heavier. It seemed that with each additional thread, the weight of all living beings in the world would increase. After 100-fold increase, every time he looked out at the world, he felt his divine sense being severely depleted. In just half an hour, I felt my spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Chen Mobai could only hone his skills by observing one of the threads in the world with his external eyes. Under the influence of the square-inch book, he gradually figured out some tricks of the trade. He still doesn't know what the function of these silk threads is. But they know that the closer the relationship with them, the more they value them, the brighter and thicker the silk threads will be. For example, his nominal wife, Shi Wanyu, is Chen Mobai's first inline heir in the legal sense. Under his observation, he discovered that the silk thread connecting her to his crown of heaven and earth was as thick as an index finger and as bright as the aurora. As Shi Wanyu's daughter, Chen Ziohe was only 1/10 the size of her. As for the parents, Chen Xinglan and Tang Pengqi, perhaps because their lifespans were nearing their end, the silk thread, though not small, was like a candle flickering in the wind, seemingly about to break. Chen Mobai didn't know whether more or less of this silk thread was better. However, he wondered if these were the causes and effects of his existence in the mortal world. If all the severance is achieved, according to the ancient texts of the heavenly river realm, wouldn't one be able to ascend directly to immortality on the spot? Unfortunately, the immortal sects do not follow such superstitious things, and there are very few books about karma and the mortal world. However, Chen Mobai remembered Chen Chun, whom he had met in the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. Back in the alley of Chicheng Cave, she once said that fortune-telling was about karma. The cultivation of the Shenji Mansion, an ancient Taoist lineage, involves the principles of cause and effect. Should we ask her for advice? Chen Mobai instinctively felt repulsed by Chen Chun. After all, she had schemed against him. But now that he has recognized his daughter and is considered a Taoist partner with Shi Wanyu, this matter can be considered over. However, even if he were willing to ask for advice, Chen Chun might not be willing to teach him. Moreover, since she is on Juxian Peak, where the star-piercing ancestor resides, he has no way to encounter her again if she doesn't come down. Once we return to Wangwu Cave Heaven, let's first check the information about the Divine Mechanism Bureau in the Skymending group. With that in mind, and seeing that it was still early before dawn, Chen Mobai decided to return to Giant Wood Ridge. Greetings, sect leader. Upon receiving news of his emergence from seclusion, Gu Yan immediately rushed back. Is there anything noteworthy happening recently, either within the sect or in the eastern wilderness? The formless puppet that Chen Mobai left here will only appear to receive people when others disturb the formation outside, and it is only for emergencies. Reporting to the sect leader, a strange phenomenon of alchemy has appeared at Huishan Valley. Master Yan Shayan seems to have successfully refined a batch of high-grade pills. Since Yan Shayan was the only one in the entire eastern wilderness who still needed his attention, Chen Mobai specifically instructed Gu Yan to keep an eye on Huishan Valley when he left. You've succeeded. Chen Mobai was surprised that Yan Shayan could actually use materials from the heavenly river realm to make the infant nourishing pill. However, he immediately smiled and decided to speed things up one last time. This batch of pills contains half of what our 5-element sect has. I will write a letter later, and you can personally deliver it to the returning Heaven Valley. Gu Yan nodded immediately after hearing this. After that, she continued, saying that it was good news. Before the new year, Liu Wenbai returned from Eastern Wu, bringing with him the first Earth attribute external golden elixir he had successfully refined. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded, and then asked another question that he was concerned about. How are the other cultivators in the sect who took the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill doing in terms of core formation? End of this chapter. Chapter 756, Mysterious Light Black Carved Banner, 7K. Chapter 756, Mysterious Light Black Carved Banner, 7K. There's good news and bad news. The good news is that Yue Zhudao has successfully formed his core and survived the tribulation. He is currently stabilizing his cultivation level. Apart from this, it's all bad news. Both Meng Hong and Zai Yunchen failed. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but show a look of grief. Meng Hong had refined the heretical golden core. If he failed to break through using the golden core transference method, he would surely die without a spiritual item like the Three Lights Divine Water. Recalling their first meeting, Chen Mobai was just an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, while Meng Hong was the sect leader. Although their statuses were vastly different, Meng Hong recognized his unparalleled talent at a glance. Sect leader, although senior brother Meng failed to form his core, He survived thanks to the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill and the intervention of ancestor Fu. Just as Chen Mobai was overcome with grief, he heard Gu Yan's words. "Oh, that's good, that's good." While Chen Mobai was relieved, he did not expect that the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill could actually offset the inevitable death that would result from the failure of the external golden elixir formation. It truly lives up to its reputation as a masterpiece created by alchemy masters after summarizing hundreds of elixirs for core formation within the immortal sects. Besides assisting cultivators in forming their core, the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill can also help cultivators preserve their life, energy, and spirit as much as possible after a failed core formation, thus avoiding severe damage to their vital energy. If Meng Hong didn't die, then Zai Yunshan was even more likely to be dead. It was merely a failure to form the elixir, resulting in the loss of some vital essence and lifespan. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai decided to visit Meng Hong in person. When Meng Hong formed his core, he used Zhou Shenking's longevity wood Taoist temple, which is still there. When Chen Mobai arrived, Zhou Shenking was also there. Upon asking, he learned that it was Zhou Shenking, a nascent soul cultivator, who had helped Meng Hong by forcefully dispersing Meng Hong's spiritual power when Meng Hong failed to form his core. It was only thanks to the residual medicinal power of the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill that Meng Hong's life was barely saved. However, because Zhou Shenking's existence needed to be concealed, it was publicly claimed that Fu Zhangju was the one who did it. I've disappointed the sect leader." When Meng Hong saw Chen Mobai coming over, he got up from the bed, but as soon as he moved, he started coughing. "No need for formalities, just lie down comfortably." Chen Mobai immediately came to the bedside and took Meng Hong's pulse. He found that many of Meng Hong's meridians were broken. The originally powerful spiritual energy that was no different from that of a core formation cultivator had dissipated by 99%, with only a little bit remaining dormant throughout his body. Given his current condition, even if he recovers, he certainly won't be able to make any further progress. "Do you have any wishes?" Chen Mobai asked Meng Hong a question, and the latter shook his head with a wry smile. "Thanks to the sect's generosity, I was allowed to attempt to form my core twice, which wasted a lot of resources. In the next few decades, I hope to contribute my remaining energy by teaching newly initiated disciples how to cultivate." Meng Hong's words made Chen Mobai shake his head. "The resources you used to reach the core formation stage were all earned through your own daily contributions. There's no need to feel guilty. Spend the rest of your life doing what you want to do." Chen Mobai's words made Zhou Shenking, who was standing next to him, nod slightly in agreement. Meng Hong was his direct disciple. Although the failure to form his core caused him great sorrow, since he had survived, he should face the rest of his life with determination. "Yes, thank you, sect leader, thank you, master." Chen Mobai then asked Meng Hong about the various circumstances surrounding his core formation. Theoretically, with the addition of the outer path golden elixir and the golden liquid jade rejuvenation elixir, the probability of core formation had already reached 50%. The fundamental reason for the failure was the mismatch in attributes of that heretical golden elixir. Although the wind attribute is related to the wood attribute, its compatibility with the longevity scripture is not 100%. In addition, Meng Hong is still a bit old, and he took a lot of pills to improve his cultivation level when he was young. Even though he has tried his best to make up for it in recent years, it still affects the success rate of forming the core. This resulted in another failure. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai could only sigh again, and then recorded these insights for future generations of disciples of the Five Elements sect to consult. After letting Meng Hong rest well, Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking chatted outside for a while longer. A short while later, Fu Zhangju also arrived. Chen Mobai told them about forcing Yan Shayan to achieve nascent soul, and the two of them applauded, neither of them believing that Yan Shayan could succeed. Finally, he also mentioned the matter of establishing the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. Since Yue Zhudao had successfully achieved the golden core stage, he was the only suitable candidate to preside over this chamber of commerce. I've had this idea for a while, but I don't think it's as clear and logical as yours, junior brother. After hearing this, Joe Schenking also showed an approving expression. The resources in the eastern wilderness are still insufficient. If we want to make further progress in the future, we will definitely need to go to the eastern land in the center of the eastern continent. For example, if Chen Mobai wants to form a nascent soul, pills like the nascent soul condensation pill can only be purchased in the eastern lands. Although Yue Zhudao is still in seclusion consolidating his cultivation, this matter can already be arranged. After all, the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce's personnel must be drawn from the 5 elements and 5 veins in name, and they also need to prepare some unique products and resources of the eastern wilderness in order to gradually open up markets outside the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai issued the order in his own name, which was then relayed to all branches of the 5 Elements sect. However, he did not insist. After all, the purpose of this Chamber of Commerce was mainly to serve the sect elders. Sometimes, they would rather lose money to acquire the medicinal resources that the sect elders needed. Therefore, whether the other 4 factions want to take a stake is entirely up to them. After discussing the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce's draft, Chen Mobai asked Fu Zongju if the little green dragon had been sent over from the Earth vein, and received an affirmative answer. As it turns out, Zhou Yi is now single-mindedly focused on forming his nascent soul. He can let go of everything else. The remains of the little green dragon, which he kept for nearly a century, were merely kept as a memorial. Zhou Yi didn't think that after giving him the wood vein, Fu Zongju, a mere third-tier puppeteer, would be able to repair it. If Zhou Yi could delay the development of the wood vein by using the little green dragon to buy himself more time to form his nascent soul, it would actually be a very worthwhile trade. The longevity wood dragon is indeed a 4th-order dragon. If I were to repair it, it would probably take hundreds of years. However, Fu Zongju was also quite skilled. In addition, he had no shortage of precious 4th-order spiritual wood such as the longevity wood, as well as complete 4th-order blueprints for the longevity puppet technique. He was able to roughly figure out the repair method, even if it was a bit slower. Senior brother should prioritize his cultivation and not waste too much time on the little green dragon. When the 3 parted, Chen Mobai offered a word of advice, but Fu Zongju shook his head, saying that he definitely had no hope of forming a nascent soul in this lifetime, and that he might as well take advantage of the last 200 years of his lifespan to repair this supreme puppet of the 5 Elements sect and leave a 4th-order foundation for the sect. Chen Mobai didn't say anything more about this. Upon returning to his longevity wood dojo, Chen Mobai found his eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai, already waiting for him. Master, this is an unorthodox golden elixir refined by Master Zhang of Eastern Wu. Liu Wenbai handed over a sealed jade box with both hands. Chen Mobai opened it and examined it, discovering that the refinement of this external golden pill was even better than that of Yan Sheiyan. He truly deserved to be called a master alchemist specializing in this art. Go and inform Zhang Deming that as long as he accumulates 300,000 sect contribution points, I will have the Lingbao Pavilion put this heretical golden pill on the shelves. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Liu Wenbai nodded slightly. After killing Du Feng, the two have maintained contact and are now considered friends. With some time still remaining before dawn, Chen Mobai finished writing the letter to Yan Sheiyan and then asked Liu Wenbai if he had any questions about cultivation. Yes, there really is. Thanks to the immortal peach wine, Liu Wenbai had cultivated the water and wood techniques to the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage, but then he was stuck at a bottleneck. He tried twice but failed to break through, so he asked Chen Mobai for advice. If it were any other foundation establishment cultivator, I would suggest they use pills to break through their bottleneck, but since you are my disciple, I hope you can break through your own hard work. In that case, if you take the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill and combine it with the 2 phases technique, your core formation will be basically guaranteed. Among Chen Mobai's 4 disciples, Liu Wenbai, the eldest disciple, has the most mediocre talent. If he has to take pills now because he is only at the bottleneck of the late foundation establishment stage, then the probability of him overcoming the major hurdle of core formation in the future will not be very high. Yes, Master. The 4 disciples on the Tian realm side were all incredibly obedient. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's suggestion, Liu Wenbai naturally complied, his heart filled with hope as he contemplated achieving the golden core stage in the future. Next, Chen Mobai used the formless puppet to help Liu Wenbai deduce the solution and guide him on how to break through as quickly as possible. If one does not rely on external forces such as elixirs, then one must cultivate one's internal strength, practice repeatedly, and solidify one's foundation in order to naturally overcome the obstacles. After giving his instructions, Chen Mobai handed over a portion of the talisman paper and ink produced by the puppet factory this year to Liu Wenbai. After unifying the eastern wilderness, Zion and Shempu now provides him with nearly 3 million spirit stones in revenue each year. The talisman paper and talisman ink, which were originally the pillar industries, now only account for about 1/3 of his income. Chen Mobai plans to further optimize the Zion Enshin shop, upgrading it into a cultivation supermarket, with a focus on providing a comprehensive range of materials. Under his guiding principle, Liu Wenbai has been working towards this goal. If the 5 Elements Merchant Guild were to expand beyond the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai planned to follow the method of Zion Nanshan shop, first using industrialized talisman paper and ink to open up the low-end market, and after gaining a foothold, gradually upgrade to a supermarket. As the master and apprentice were talking, Wang Tingbo, the head of the weapon refining department, arrived. He had processed the 3rd-tier demon beast materials that Chen Mobai had obtained in the desolate ruins. Yue Zhudao successfully formed his core, and being his direct disciple, he was to explore markets beyond the eastern wilderness in the future. Chen Mobai planned to give him a natal magic artifact embryo as a reward. Therefore, these materials are needed. He observed Wang Tingbo's methods. Although it was all done by hand, the refining department had done its best because it was ordered by the sect leader. Combined with the cultivator's spiritual sense, the results were almost as good as those processed by the immortal sects machines. This saved Chen Mobai a lot of time. After obtaining these Tier 3 materials, Chen Mobai once again announced that he would be going into seclusion. When he was all alone, he took out an earth vein pill and swallowed it. A moment later, he opened his eyes and took out a spirit testing device to check his spiritual root value. Metal 23, wood 49, water 39, fire 99, earth 73. Seeing the soaring values of his earth spirit root, Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction. After reaching the 2nd level of the phoenix facing the sun painting, he no longer needed to worry about the erysipelas. Besides the golden crow holding the sun pill, he also takes 1 earth vein pill every month, and only continues to take it after his spiritual root value has improved and he has fully digested it. Of course, after each change in his spiritual root, he would habitually go to the divine tree secret realm to retrieve a powerful technique from the longevity sect. This is the 4th pill he took after breaking through the phoenix, rising to the sun technique. He can take 2 more pills. As long as these 2 pills can provide 7 points of earth spiritual root, he will have heavenly earth spiritual root in addition to heavenly fire spiritual root. I wonder if there will be any bonuses when cultivating the primordial Tao fruit. However, this incident also made Chen Mobai think of a possibility. If we bring Qing Nu here in the future, can we use the earth vein pill to give her the heavenly earth spiritual root as well? Having witnessed the wonders of the everlasting spring skill, he felt that it would be wonderful if Qing Nu could master it. That way, even if we encounter Lin Dayaming or the Ascension sect targeting us in the future, we won't have to be afraid. But after thinking about it carefully, he shook his head. Because Qing Nu has a heavenly water spiritual root, the values of her other 4 elemental roots are very low. Even if she takes 9 earth vein pills, without his auspicious blessing, she would probably only increase her earth spiritual root by 20 or 30 points at most. In addition to the earth elemental root, the wood elemental root also needs to be improved. The idea of having 3 celestial spiritual roots seems almost impossible. After all, even with the vast resources of the heavenly river realm, he only possessed the heavenly fire spiritual root. But after returning to the immortal sect, Chen Mobai still called Qing Nu and asked her to download the Changchun Gong first. Although Qing Nu was somewhat confused, she still applied to the library of Ju Mang Dao Academy for the complete text of this nascent soul cultivation technique. The immortal sects are more lenient regarding the inheritance of cultivation techniques. Moreover, even if the everlasting spring technique were to become widely known, the entry requirements for the 3 heavenly spiritual roots would still leave everyone in despair. So although King Nu's application was somewhat strange, it was still approved. However, since she applied for the original text left by the Changchun Patriarch, she needs to wait for the permission of the principal, Master Taohua. Originally, Qing Nu had already exchanged the myriad transformations Thunder Water and was preparing to return to Wangu Cave. Because of this matter, we can only postpone it for a few more days. After obtaining 10 water spirit pearls, Pei Qingshuang finally pried open the heart of the Qingshuang sword. Although she had not yet reached the state of sword heart enlightenment, she was finally able to feel the true nature of the weapon spirit. Thanks to this, her Azure Sky Sword manual finally entered the crucial core formation stage. Upon learning this, Master Peach Blossom hurriedly helped Pei Qingshuang begin her core formation. The results are not yet available. However, according to Chen Mobai's estimation, Pei Qingshuang should be able to successfully form her core. After all, her foundation is too profound, and with a mother like Peach Blossom Venerable who is at the nascent soul level, she probably has other core formation resources besides Golden Liquid Jade Rejuvenation Pill, and may even have no less than Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai naturally hoped that Pei Qingshuang could successfully form her core. After all, the two are friends. King Nu felt that this was a waste of time. She had already taken a photocopy of the Changchun Gong and wanted to return to Wangu Cave Heaven first, and then come back to her alma mater when Master Taohua had time. Chen Mobai, however, granted her another leave in the waiting hall of Dangxia City, telling her to rest well at Jumeng Dao Academy and to talk about it after finishing up there. The two also discussed Kong Fiken's reply, in which he was also very shocked by the fact that Yang Jing might be the budding immortal of the ascended sect master. However, since he and Yang Jing are on different extraterrestrial planets, if he wants to see Yang Jing, he needs the help of a powerful figure from the Ascension sect to cross over using a powerful magical artifact. However, he stated in the email that Yang Jing was normal when he last met her. However, the last time was 12 years ago. Kong Fiken said he would try to confirm the matter. If Yang Jing had really been possessed by the Ascension sect leader, then he would live in regret for the rest of his life. Finally, he said tragically that if he died, please do not avenge this foolish man, but let Qing Nu and Chen Mobai live well together. After reading the forwarded email, Chen Mobai became even more determined to let King Nu stay at Jumeng Academy for the time being. After landing at Wangu Cave, Chen Mobai went to the Sky Mending Group immediately. He first checked the information about the Divine Mechanism Bureau. However, because it involves the star-piercing ancestor, much of the content is missing. It only briefly records the origin of the Divine Mechanism Palace. As one of the ancient Taoist lineages, it is considered a force with a friendly attitude towards the immortal sects. This lineage excels at calculating the secrets of heaven and earth, helping cultivators make the right choices at crossroads in life. Besides the star-piercing ancestor, the former star-piercing ancestor Zhongli was also instructed by the Lord of the Divine Mechanism Palace. Moreover, the Patching Heaven group also recorded a very secret matter concerning the Divine Mechanism Bureau. 1,000 years ago, the master of Zhenyang Temple, a member of the ancient Taoist lineage, cultivated his primordial spirit in Zixel Palace, and it is suspected that he received guidance from Zhai Zhai of Shenji Mansion. After the two immortal saints killed the true Yang Temple Master, Zhai Zhai also suddenly and mysteriously passed away. The head of the Heaven Mending group at that time speculated that it was possible that the star-pulling ancestor personally killed this nominal junior brother. Chen Mobai felt he had heard the name Zhai Zhai before. He immediately searched his memory with the small book, and soon found that it was Ding Chunjai of the Star-Gazing Academy who had mentioned it when he talked to him about the Divine Mechanism Bureau. The current principal of the Star-Gazing Academy, Master Plum Blossom, is nominally still a disciple of Zhai Zhai. However, Master Plum Blossom has never admitted this, and has always considered himself a disciple of the immortal sect. At that time, Chen Mobai thought that Master Mayhua wanted to follow ancestor Kaingsing. If the contents of the records of the Patching Heaven group were true, and Zhai Zhai really had a problem, then he had gone down the wrong path. Even if he were Master Plum Blossom, he wouldn't dare admit that he was Zhai Zhai's disciple. After memorizing this part, Chen Mobai then began to look at the hidden information of the other ancient lineages in the Patching Heaven group. This time he didn't have Lin Yin move over, but went directly to Group 3 and looked at each room one by one. With the help of the square-inch book, he quickly stored all the information in his fourth-order celestial abacus, which he could retrieve and call up whenever needed. That evening, he returned to his apartment, intending to review the ancient Taoist records he had made during the day, but Meng Huanger suddenly called. "Ask him if he's coming over tonight." Chen Mobai hadn't originally planned to go, but since she had asked, he felt embarrassed to refuse. Another night has passed. After that, Chen Mobai got busy. After all, he had only recently taken over the Patching Sky group, and there were many things that needed to be worked out, which would take a lot of time. Fortunately, Lan Haitian had already sorted things out very effectively, so he didn't want to show off and simply continued to use the order that Lan Haitian had established when he was in charge. After 2 or 3 months of adjustment, with Lin Yin's help, Chen Mobai finally got the Sky Mending group in order. He then resumed his policy of non-interference. Most of the tasks were handed over to Lin Yin, the deputy team leader, except for a few things that really required his personal involvement, such as communicating with the law enforcement department and requesting funds from the finance department. Although Lin Yin was promoted to the position of deputy group leader, he was still only a foundation establishment cultivator. Only when Chen Mobai, the boss, steps forward will others give him face. Even so, Chen Mobai finally had some free time. These days, he has been spending all his time in Group 2, the equipment group, which has the most advanced weapon refining equipment and workshops in the entire immortal sect. Chen Mobai immediately requisitioned the best room. Then they began crafting magical artifacts for Yin Qingmei, Luo Yixuan, and Yue Zhudao. He happened to have 3 third-tier Yin Su bamboos. Under the state of introspection of the crown of all living beings, he easily designed a near-perfect flying sword blueprint based on the characteristics of the materials. Next comes the refining process. Under the influence of the book, he gradually advanced the progress of the flying sword, striving to be slow and avoid making mistakes. Finally, after a month and a half, he mastered the first green bamboo Yin Void sword. This sword is at the peak of the 2nd tier. It will be left for Luo Yixuan to upgrade together when she forms her core in the future. This way, it will be easy for her to achieve oneness with the sword, and it can also help cultivators comprehend the realm of swordsmanship. Since Yin Qingmei and Yue Zhudao had already formed their cores, Chen Mobai directly cultivated to the 3rd level. It may take them 10 or 20 years to completely transform it into their natal flying sword. Chen Mobai made full use of the properties of the material to carve a sword shadow transformation into emptiness technique for the green bamboo Yin Void sword. This technique allows every sword light unleashed by the flying sword to be accompanied by an invisible shadow sword light. Although the shadow sword light that followed was only half the intensity of the real sword light. However, if an opponent encounters this technique for the first time, and their divine sense is not careful, they can easily be ambushed by this ethereal and concealed sword shadow. After mastering the 3 green bamboo yin void swords, Chen Mobai took out materials such as the hides and horns of those third-tier demonic beasts. He thought about it for a moment and carved the bull horn into a horn. The remaining furs were made into leather armor capes, each engraved with a defensive spell that would be automatically activated upon encountering an attack from a foreign spiritual force. Chen Mobai made 2 sets of leather armor. He planned to give one set to Yue Zhudao, who was about to leave for the eastern wilderness, and the other set to his eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai. 3 fur shawls prepared for Zhu Ming, Yin Qingmei, and Luo Yixuan. In this way, the benefits will be shared equally, and the horn can be given to Jiang Xingheng. This magical artifact can not only boost morale, but also stimulate the flow of qi and blood, helping cultivators strengthen their bodies. When fully activated by spiritual energy, it can even directly impact the opponent's dantian with sound waves. It is arguably Chen Mobai's most satisfying work. After completing these crafted artifacts, more than half a year had passed without me even realizing it. If Qingnu hadn't called to say she'd be back the day after tomorrow, he probably would still be lost in thought. Wait for me at Jumeng Taoist Temple, I'll come to pick you up. Having spent so long in the underground weapon refining workshop of the Heaven Mending Group, Chen Mobai felt like he hadn't seen the sunlight in ages, so he decided to go outside for some fresh air. Just as Pei Qingshuang successfully formed her core, they could try using the purple and green twin swords together to extract the 9 heavens pure purple qi that was helpful for nascent soul formation. Chen Mobai was also quite curious about this. After all, he has already reached the 7th level of core formation and can prepare various resources related to nascent soul formation. When Qingnu heard that he was coming to pick her up, she immediately and happily canceled the plane ticket she had just booked. Chen Mobai reported his trip to the law enforcement department and then asked Lin Yin to book a train ticket, as he liked the leisurely pace of life. He spent the night before he left with Meng Huinger. In the private room, Chen Mobai looked at the black cloth in his hand and slowly infused it with the golden light of his newly refined treasure-making technique. This secret technique, obtained from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, has finally been perfected today after decades of hard work. However, at this moment, he was very calm. Perhaps it's because I'm getting older, but my mindset has become more mature. As the golden light of the treasure refining process completely covered the entire piece of black cloth, streams of inexplicable information suddenly entered his purple mansion sea of consciousness. After a long while, he looked at the piece of black cloth on the table with a strange expression. This is actually a fragment of a 5th-tier magic weapon. It is named Xuanguang Soap Carving Flag. It was the most precious treasure of the Sea-Turning Gate in the 10 Directions Hall of the Eastern Imperial Court back then, but it was shattered in a battle with another equally powerful 5th-tier offensive treasure. Chen Mobai was glad that the magic artifact was broken. Otherwise, with his refining treasure golden light, he might not have been able to refine a complete 5th-order magic artifact. But why did this fragment of the magical artifact end up in Yan Fusheng's hands? Chen Mobai was puzzled. He began to use the small book to search his mind for relevant knowledge on this topic. Soon, he remembered that the legacy of Mount Liujia came from the 6 Ding 6 Jia puppet technique of the Eastern Imperial Court. Perhaps the founder of Mount Rocco received some of the legacy left behind after the collapse of the Eastern Imperial Court. Then Chen Mobai searched his knowledge for information about the overturning sea gate. Besides the texts recorded in the 5 Elements sect scriptures, he also recalled the conversations he had with Xu and Shu when they fought. Xu and Shu's 4th-tier magic artifact, the Golden Orchid Pearl, was obtained from the ruins of the Sea-Turning Gate. After Xu and Shu was killed by him, he left behind a bright blue token. End of this chapter. Chapter 757, Borrowing a Sword 7K. Chapter 757, Borrowing a Sword 7K. Xu and Shu once said that he entered the ruins of the overturning sea gate in the wandering mountain of Dangye and obtained the Golden Orchid Pearl. It seems that when Yue Zhudao forms the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce and leaves the Eastern Wilderness, We should make him pay special attention to this place." However, since Xuan Shu told him this, it is clear that the ruins of the Flipping Gate in the Wandering Mountain are probably a well-known place among the people of the Eastern Yi. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai took out a piece of ore containing earth elemental energy and began practicing the earth-gathering technique that he had prepared long ago. This is a method used by the immortal sects to improve earth elemental roots. After Chen Mobai consumed 9 earth vein pills, his earth elemental roots were raised to 80 points. Such a coincidence must be due to the auspicious blessing of the phoenix facing the sun painting. However, after acquiring the heavenly earth spiritual root, Chen Mobai did not slack off and continued to work hard to improve, hoping to raise his earth spiritual root to 100 points. So I downloaded the soil gathering technique. Wenren Zuwei was able to raise her earth spirit root to 80 points by relying on the earth vein pill and the earth gathering technique. This earth gathering technique is the most balanced and gentle method for enhancing spiritual roots in the immortal sects. It has a total of 49 levels, and each level can enhance the earth spiritual root by 2 points. During cultivation, one can absorb earth spiritual energy on their own, or borrow various minerals and spiritual stones that contain earth spiritual energy. The gathering earth technique is extremely easy to learn, and almost every cultivator can master it, but it becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. For example, in the first level, even if a qi refining cultivator has no resources, as long as they meditate and cultivate diligently every day, they can basically complete the process within a year. The second level requires 2 years, the third level requires 3 years. The time required to advance to each level is 1 year longer than the previous level. This technique for enhancing spiritual roots doesn't emphasize comprehension, it focuses on perseverance. It values the spirit of moving mountains and filling seas, and the spirit of unwavering determination. This is also the essence of the earth path. However, if there are sufficient mineral and spirit stone resources, the cultivation time can be shortened by half. Most of the techniques for enhancing spiritual roots in the immortal sects are like this. They are relatively simple in the early stages, but become more and more difficult as you go on. Therefore, cultivators with naturally high spiritual root values can more easily improve to the level of heavenly spiritual roots. This is why cultivators in the immortal sects generally only raise their spiritual roots to 80 points, because raising them further would require too much effort and energy. It may take several years or even more than a decade of investment to achieve even a slight improvement. That is why those resources and treasures that can enhance one's spiritual root value simply by consuming and refining them are so precious. Among the many methods to enhance earth elemental roots, Chen Mobai carefully selected the gathering earth technique because it can be accelerated using resources. After all, the Eastern Wilderness Plateau is full of all kinds of earth attribute minerals and spirit stones. With his current 80 points of earth spiritual root, he only needs to cultivate the gathering earth technique to the 10th level to reach 100 points of immortal earth spiritual root. Even without using resources, he felt he could afford to invest 55 years. However, Chen Mobai remained very clear-headed, only practicing the earth-gathering technique in his spare moments. He had previously used it to cultivate the falling treasure golden light technique, but now that technique was perfected, he could finally dedicate the time to the earth-gathering technique. The main focus should still be on the Pure Yang scroll and the Pure Yang Dharma body. In the train compartment, relying on his inner observation of the crown of heaven and earth, he easily mastered the technique of gathering earth. Looking at the progress bar, which showed that the 6-month period would be completed after the addition of the ore conditions, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although it has been nearly 50 years since I last visited Linwu Cave, the fresh air here remains unchanged. Chen Mobai looked at Qingnu, who was waiting for him at the train station, and waved to her. After traversing thousands of mountains and rivers, Wenren Zuwei, dressed in a fairy-like green robe, was already by the lake. I didn't expect someone as busy as you to come in person. With a smile, Wenren Zhuwei personally used the water bridge technique to carry Chen Mobai towards the wood god island, where the great Chun tree was located. Chen Mobai now knows that this is the core of Earthstar, where all life on Earth is born. He glanced at Kingnu beside him, and whether it was his imagination or not, her already beautiful face seemed even more radiant here, her skin as smooth as jade, and her overall condition was exceptionally good. Of course, it's also possible that the pressure dissipates here, because there's no need to worry about the Skymending group or being watched by someone in the shadows. Regardless, Chen Mobai was already inclined to believe Yan Xinji's claim that Kingnu possessed the essence of fetal transformation. Has Senior Pei emerged from seclusion? Chen Mobai and Wenren Zhuwei had a brief conversation about the three main halls, and then he asked about the main purpose of their visit that day. Knowing you were coming, the principal and Cuyer came out of seclusion a day early and are already waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but realize his current standing within the immortal sect. Which golden core cultivator can make a nascent soul cultivator wait? I feel deeply ashamed to have kept Master Peach Blossom waiting for so long. But outwardly, one certainly cannot be that arrogant. One must remain humble. We're here, let's go. Upon arriving at Mushin Island, it was probably during class time, and there weren't many students at the shore. However, everyone was still surprised to see Wenren Zhuwei personally greeting them. When they finally saw Chen Mobai, their faces lit up with realization. So that's who it is, no wonder. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Chen Mobai remained calm and followed Wenren Zhuwei to the lake on the island where the great Tun tree was located. This was the place where Pei Qingshuang formed her core. The great Tun tree absorbs the essence of the earthly origin star, as well as the essence of the sun and moon from beyond the heavens, and through a special method, it can release spiritual energy that is close to the sixth rank. The entire immortal sect, specifically the area where the two nascent soul ancestors of the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain reside, has far more abundant spiritual energy than this place. Upon hearing that Pei Qingshuang used nearly sixth-order spiritual energy to form her core, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh that his decades of hard work were still no match for the second generation of the immortal sects. On a branch of the large Chinese Tun tree facing north, a beautiful flower bloomed. The charming peach blossom immortal and the seemingly even more beautiful and tall Pei Qingshuang were standing there, waiting for him. After Chen Mobai flew up with Wenren Zhuwei, he first greeted Master Taohua. Sit down. Cuyer was able to form her core this time thanks to your pearl. Otherwise, it would probably have taken another 10 years or so. Master Peach Blossom nodded gently, and with a wave of his thin, gauze-like sleeves, a set of furniture for receiving guests appeared out of thin air on the flower stand. Everyone immediately sat down, and Wenren Zhuwei naturally took out tea sets, tea leaves, and so on, and began to demonstrate her tea ceremony. The main reason for coming here this time is to pick up Qing Nu and take her back. Also, I heard that Senior Sister Pei has achieved core formation, so I came to congratulate her. As they spoke, Chen Mobai took out a box he had prepared beforehand, containing 3 water spirit pearls, which were perfect for Pei Qingshuang to consolidate her cultivation after forming her core. It's far too valuable. Pei Qingshuang took it and glanced at it, then shook her head slightly and pushed it back to him. Previously, she needed the water spirit pearl to communicate with the azure frost sword in order to form her core. Now that she had successfully formed her core, she felt it would be excessive to accept such a valuable gift. There's no need for formalities between us. If it weren't for Senior Sister Pei's guidance back in the Mountain and Sea Academy, I might not have been able to obtain the purple lightning sword. If Pei Qingshuang didn't accept it, Chen Mobai wouldn't know what to say next, so he pushed his gift back to her again. Junior brother Chen, you are a genius. Even without me, you would definitely have been able to gain the purple lightning sword's recognition as your master. Pei Qingshuang knew best about Chen Mobai's talent in swordsmanship. It was something even she herself was ashamed of, a true talent for becoming a god. Cuyer, since Counselor Chen is giving it to you, please accept it. Just as Pei Qingshuang was about to decline again, Master Peach Blossom seemed to have noticed something and spoke up directly. "Well, thank you very much." Since her mother had spoken, Pei Qingshuang had no choice but to accept. At this moment, Wenren Zuwei had already brewed the first pot of tea. As she handed it to Peach Blossom Master, she gently reminded Chen Mobai that he had been promoted to a rotating member of the Kaiyuan Hall's committee after last year's conference. "I see. I've been busy helping Cuyer achieve her core formation this year, so I haven't paid attention to these matters." Upon hearing this, Master Peach Blossom looked enlightened and then smiled as he addressed him as committee member Chen, who immediately declined. "You can just call me Zio Chen. I'm here today mainly to ask for your help with two other things." Chen Mobai dared not be presumptuous in front of the nascent soul master. Seeing that Pei Qingshuang had accepted the 3 pearls, he immediately revealed the true purpose of his visit. Firstly, he wanted Peach Blossom Master to help him refine some youth-preserving pearls. He had many female cultivator friends in his immortal sect and the Heavenly River realm, and he hoped they would remain beautiful and untouched by the ravages of time. Peach Blossom Master readily agreed to this, since refining the youth-preserving pearl was not difficult for her. Then Chen Mobai spoke up about the second matter. "That's right. After I mastered the Fangkun book, I used my ability to introspect to spend some time studying the purple and green demon refining heavenly book. Not long ago, I finally understood its secrets and learned how to use the purple and green twin swords to absorb and refine the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi." Upon hearing this, all 4 women present turned their gazes toward him. Among the immortal sects, resources that can help one form a nascent soul are extremely rare, and the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi is one of them. Moreover, because only 2 venerables, Qing Shi and Qing Jing, have successfully cultivated it, the success rate remains 100% to this day. You haven't cultivated the Purple Flower Sword Manual, and your cultivation level is still somewhat lacking. I'm afraid you might not be able to control the purple-green canopy. Peach Blossom Master clearly knew the principle of the 9 heavens pure purple chi. She looked at Chen Mobai with her beautiful eyes, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and spoke. "The key to refining the 9 heavens pure purple chi lies in the purple and green twin swords. Although I have not cultivated the purple sword manual, I have already achieved a clear understanding with the purple lightning sword. As long as the purple lightning sword fully assists me, this will not be a problem." Chen Mobai had already analyzed the purple flower sword manual using his inner vision, and even reviewed the purple and green demon refining heavenly book that he had obtained from the 2 masters in the Natural Academy. He had a clear understanding of the process of absorbing and refining the 9 heavens pure purple flower chi with the purple and green twin swords. The reason for limiting it to cultivators of the purple flower sword manual is that, with the assistance of purple flower spiritual power, the pressure on the purple lightning sword during this process will be greatly reduced. It only needs to exert about 50% or 60% of its power to absorb and condense the energy with ease. In reality, as long as Chen Mobai provides enough spiritual power, even if it is not as powerful as a cultivator of the purple flower sword manual, it will still be useful to the purple lightning sword. It's just that it can't slack off and needs to expend nearly 80 or 90% of its power, almost going all out, to absorb it. When Master Peach Blossom heard Chen Mobai say that his sword heart was clear, he immediately understood. If Zai Dian Jian is willing to go all out for him, a swordsman with extraordinary talent, then he is indeed capable of doing so. But her daughter can't do it. Cuyer has only just formed her core. Although she can now hear the true nature of the Azure Frost Sword, she will probably need a period of cultivation and adjustment before she can achieve true sword heart clarity. Master Peach Blossom's words were essentially praising his daughter. According to Pei Qing Shuang's own estimation, she might need to cultivate the Azure Sky Sword manual to the point of perfect core formation to achieve this. "Sorry I let you down." Pei Qing Shuang spoke somewhat shyly, recalling how overjoyed she was when Chen Mobai gained the purple lightning sword's approval. At that time, she believed that she would definitely succeed in forming the core formation several decades earlier than Chen Mobai. With the latter's talent for nascent soul, she could definitely close the gap of several decades before reaching the nascent soul stage. In that case, the two of them would both reach the peak of core formation and be able to combine their skills to absorb and refine the pure purple chi of the nine heavens. But little did they know, this idea was completely upside down from the start. She underestimated Chen Mobai's potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. He overcame the core formation stage by sheer talent, while she herself was decades behind in achieving core formation. Now, Chen Mobai is almost at the late stage of core formation, and the gap between the two has widened even further. It's not a big deal. You've already formed your core, and your inherited talents and supernatural abilities will gradually begin to awaken. One day you'll be able to catch up with Xiao Chen. Then the two of you can combine your swords and fight together. As Master Peach Blossom spoke, he was already acknowledging that it was impossible to complete the purple and green canopy at present. After hearing her words, Chen Mobai took another careful look at Pei Qingshuang and found that she seemed to have grown taller after forming her core, making her already graceful figure even taller. He estimated that she was almost as tall as him. Moreover, his originally heroic appearance began to soften after he formed his core. His features were still the same, but now they looked perfectly proportioned. It's like it's grown up. Is this due to the influence of paternal or maternal genes? Who exactly is Pei Qingshuang's father? Many questions flashed through Chen Mobai's mind, but he did not forget his true purpose for coming here. That's right. I was planning to borrow senior sister Pei's Azure Frost sword to see if I could also achieve a sword-heart connection with it. That way, I could combine the two swords and unleash the purple azure canopy all by myself. Upon hearing this, Wenren Zuwei stopped her elegant tea ceremony, opened her mouth wide and looked up at him. The other three women had the same expression, all looking shocked. You still want to achieve perfect harmony with the Azure Frost sword's sword heart. Master Peach Blossom wondered if he had misheard. In the immortal sects, no matter how amazing a sword genius is, there has never been a case of achieving perfect harmony between the sword hearts of two powerful swords. After all, the path of sword cultivation also emphasizes purity and uniqueness. One man, one sword, utterly loyal and devoted. Chen Mobai has already achieved perfect harmony with the purple lightning sword. Would the latter be willing to give half of him, its almost perfect master, to the Azure Frost sword? It's like a man who has already married a wife, but wants to take a concubine. Even if this concubine and the wife are sisters. That's absolutely impossible. I plan to give it a try. If I can do it, I can shorten the time it takes to condense pure Yang True Qi. Maybe I can reach the peak of core formation within 100 years. To be honest, Chen Mobai said that generally speaking, only when one has reached the peak of core formation can one begin to refine spiritual energy into higher-level true qi. However, the nine heavens' pure purple qi can shorten this process. This is the yin-yang qi that floats above the nine heavens, which is almost the purest and most innate yin-yang qi. It can be transformed into any acquired true qi, and it is also beneficial for nurturing and cultivating the nascent soul. Chen Mobai even felt that the nine heavens' pure purple qi could also be effective in enhancing the primordial true qi. That's why he shamelessly came to borrow the sword this time. Upon hearing this, Master Peach Blossom was about to refuse, but Pei Qingshuang thought that she had just formed her core and needed a lot of time to consolidate her realm, so lending her the sword was not out of the question. Let me ask the Azure Frost sword about this. If it has no objection, I can lend it out. Upon hearing Pei Qingshuang's words, Master Peach Blossom frowned slightly, but after considering Chen Mobai's terrifying talent, he knew that this young man would definitely be a kindred spirit in the future, so he swallowed his words of opposition. Moreover, the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages have a friendship spanning thousands of years, and the White Light ancestor is still alive. Even if we don't consider the monk's face, we should still consider the Buddha's face and treat it as an investment in the future. Since it's impossible to succeed anyway, Chen Mobai will naturally return the sword when he fails to communicate with the Azure Frost sword. After all, Chen Mobai is a prominent figure in the immortal sect, so there's no fear that he might not repay the loan. Moreover, the spirit of the Azure Frost Sword is very arrogant. It has only just begun to lower its guard after spending hundreds of years with Pei Qing Shuang. Peach Blossom Master does not believe that it would be willing to leave its daughter, with whom it has spent hundreds of years, to live with a strange man for a few years. Thinking of this, Master Peach Blossom calmed down and handed the empty teacup to Wenren Zuwei, asking her to pour another cup. The Azure Frost Sword says it wants to communicate with the Purple Lightning Sword. At this moment, Pei Qingshuang finished communicating with her sword, then flicked her finger, and the sword at her waist flew into the air with a clear sound. Seeing this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly. With a thought, the domain opened up, and the Purple Lightning Sword, surrounded by intense spiritual light, emerged from within. Go and communicate with the Azure Frost Sword. You know the treatment I offer, as long as it's willing to come and help you absorb and refine the 9 heavens pure purple chi. I'm willing to give it 1 high-grade spirit stone for each wisp. If there's an emergency requiring its assistance, I'm willing to add more spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone is the starting point. Chen Mobai reached out and supported Zidian's sword, who was about to leap out to reminisce with Qingshuang's sword, and explain the general treatment he was receiving. Master, your spiritual power is not compatible with ours. Even if Zioking and I cooperate fully, we may not be able to succeed in condensing that 9 heavens pure purple chi. Purple Lightning Sword spoke the truth first. After all, the last time they condensed the 9 heavens pure purple chi, it was in the hands of the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Green Stone and Green Mirror. Now that it's Chen Mobai, a cultivator of the pure Yang scripture, they don't know if they can succeed. For every strand of 9 heavens pure purple chi I condense, I will provide 2 high-grade spirit stones, 1 for each of you 2 with your swords. This, the Purple Lightning Sword, was very tempted by Chen Mobai's offer of more money. If you 2 successfully condense a Dao, in addition to the 2 high-grade spirit stones, I will secretly give you an extra high-grade spirit stone as a bonus. Upon hearing this, the Purple Lightning Sword could no longer withstand the pressure. In this way, if it joins forces with the Azure Frost Sword to condense a 9 heavens pure purple chi, it can obtain 2 high-grade spirit stones, while the Azure Frost Sword will only have 1. This is the first time I've encountered such a quote in all my years of spiritual enlightenment. This differential treatment made the naive creature feel that it had completely overpowered the Azure Frost Sword. Don't worry, Master, I've got this covered. With a whoosh, the Purple Lightning Sword shot out from Chen Mobai's hand, like a brilliant bolt of lightning, causing the 4 women to turn their heads in surprise. They believed this was a sign of a deep and unspoken understanding between the sword and its master. King Xuanjian will probably refuse. As Peach Blossom Master thought this, Chen Mobai took out a bag of water spirit pearls while the purple and green twin swords were communicating. These are the youth-preserving pearls that he wanted Master Peach Blossom to help him refine. Zio Chen, how many high-quality pearls did you get from the Void Blind Box? These are rare even in the ocean. As Master Peach Blossom spoke, he gently opened the bag, and upon seeing the quantity inside, his right hand trembled slightly. There are a total of 20 inside. We opened a bushel, but this item is quite precious. To avoid trouble if outsiders find out, we've announced that we only opened a few. Chen Mobai's status is different now, so he can protect these things. In addition, Peach Blossom Master and Pei Qingshuang have also benefited from the pearls, so he took out so many in front of them. However, the main reason was that he had many female cultivators with whom he had good relationships, and he also planned to use this youth-preserving pearl to open up opportunities for the 5 Elements Merchant Guild in the Eastern lands, so he took out 20 of them at once. Fortunately, the refinement of this youth-preserving pearl can be put into the medicinal pool at the same time. Otherwise, I might not be willing to help you with so many. Peach Blossom Venerable calmed down at this moment. After all, she was a nascent soul venerable. Although these 20 pearls were precious to her, their value was just so-so compared to the billions of good deeds she had done. It had been centuries since such a valuable deal had been made, so we were initially quite shocked. Thank you for your help, Master. After the youth-preserving pearl is completed, Master, Senior Sister Pei and Senior Sister Wenren, please each take one. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Chen Mobai's words surprised Wenren Zuwei, who was making tea. She never expected that she would get a share. Pei Qingshuang was the same. She had one before, but she used it to communicate with the Qingshuang sword. Although it could still be charged, no one can have too much of this. Xiao Chen, you are such a sensible child. Chengshuan is truly blessed to have you as its heir. Master Peach Blossom smiled upon hearing this. Besides the 3 as a reward, Chen Mobai had previously given Pei Qingshuang 4 more, which was equivalent to 700 million merit points. Even if he asked her to refine a 5th-grade spirit water pill, that would be the price. However, the most important factor was the pearls provided by Chen Mobai, which enabled Pei Qingshuang to successfully form her core. Because of this favor, she would help even if it meant doing it for free. Just then 2 sword lights, one purple and one green, descended from the sky, circled around Chen Mobai for a while, and then floated on either side of him. Seeing this scene, Pei Qingshuang felt a strange sense of loss. Sure enough, it was because his talent in swordsmanship was insufficient. With someone like Chen Mobai, who had reached the nascent soul stage, even the proud Qing Xuangjian was willing to submit. It seems the Azure Frost sword has agreed. Should Senior Sister Pei communicate with it again to confirm? Chen Mobai witnessed the scene, communicated with the purple lightning sword, and knew that it had successfully poached Pei Qingshuang. He then spoke to her. No need, please take good care of it for the next few years, Junior Chen. As they spoke, Pei Qingshuang took off the scabbard from her waist and reluctantly handed it to Chen Mobai. This was specially made for the Azure Frost sword, using a branch shed by the Peach Blossom Master, which was a 4th-order spirit wood. After accepting the gift, Chen Mobai repeatedly thanked Pei Qingshuang. Then he first sent the purple lightning sword back to his golden core realm, then held Pei Qingshuang's scabbard in one hand and grasped the Azure Frost sword on his left with the other. Amidst the wide, incredulous gazes of the 4 women, the usually proud Qing Shuang sword, after a slight struggle, finally yielded to Chen Mobai's grasp. With a clang, Chen Mobai sheathed the 4th-grade superior sword, and following the trajectory of the purple lightning sword, it fell into Chen Mobai's domain. Pei Qingshuang was even more frustrated to see that the sword didn't even acknowledge her. She felt that she might not be suited for the Azure Frost sword. Had the 100+ years she had held onto this powerful weapon been wasting its potential? While she was lost in thought, Chen Mobai had already taken his leave after achieving his goal. Is it in such a hurry? Shouldn't we wait until the youth-preserving pearl is finished? By this time, Master Peach Blossom had also accepted Chen Mobai's amazing talent in swordsmanship, and his tone was more affectionate than before. I'm very busy, and I hold several positions at Wangwu Grotto. If I leave for too long, things will get chaotic there. Chen Mobai gave an excuse. In reality, he only needed to be in charge of the Heaven Mending Group. The Wookiee lineage in Wangwu Cave Heaven were all shrewd and capable, and they could handle things well without his help. With Lin Yin and the Patching Heaven Group, he doesn't need to be busy at all. Upon hearing this, King Nu's face lit up with joy. She had already packed her things and was just waiting to go back with Chen Mobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 758 Lin Daoming's Defection, 7K. Chapter 758 Lin Daoming's Defection, 7K. Although Chen Mobai took his leave, he stayed the night after being earnestly persuaded to stay. After all, it would take Qing Nu time to read the original version of the Changchun Gong. The next morning, Wenren Zuwei personally escorted him and King Nu to the station. Inside the private room, Chen Mobai looked at the 6 tubes of myriad transformations thunder water in his hand and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Originally, 5 tubes were exchanged, but before leaving, Master Peach Blossom gave him an extra tube. Chen Mobai declined a couple of times, but then accepted it. After all, this thing was extremely useful to him, who possessed the 5-element sect. Putting everything else aside, Just look at that peach tree. Although he had already consumed it, and the fourth-tier immortal peach fruit was useless to him, he could give it to other core formation cultivators within the sect, or even sell it as goods for the Five Elements Merchant Guild in the Eastern Wilderness, or exchange it for other pills useful to late-stage core formation cultivators. After carefully storing away the myriad transformations Thunder Water, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu looked at the scenery outside the window together. Although King Nu didn't understand why he liked the slow train, for her, nothing else mattered as long as she was with him. Changchun Gong is indeed profound and extensive. I certainly have no way of cultivating it. The conversation naturally shifted to this renowned nascent soul cultivation technique from the immortal sects. Besides reading the original of the Changchun Gong, Qing Nu also brought a photocopy. Chen Mobai took a look and couldn't help but admire Wenren Zue's exceptional talent and amazing perseverance. In truth, she was the true candidate for the divine transformation realm in this era of the immortal sect, but her talent was overshadowed and suppressed by his even more astonishing abilities. Besides the requirement of having 3 types of celestial spiritual roots as an entry-level skill, the subsequent cultivation of Changchun Gong also requires a great deal of patience. Because it requires constant communication with the Great Tune Tree, and this #1 spiritual plan of the immortal sect is of such a high grade, Wenren Zue's consciousness is like an ant to it. Although it won't be crushed because of the contract of the everlasting spring technique, the feeling of an ant trying to shake a tree is constantly impacting it. If its will is not firm, it will be lost in the vast and boundless power of the Great Tune Tree. As long as Wenren Zue's cultivation level does not surpass that of the Great Chun Tree, she will continue to be subjected to this kind of impact. After the two lamented the hardships of mastering the everlasting spring technique, Chen Mobai also felt that Qing Nu should focus on water attribute techniques. You joined the Heaven Mending group relatively early. Let me see if I can help you apply for a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill 10 years from now. As they talked, the topic turned to the matter of King Nu forming her golden core. As a department directly under the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall within the immortal sect, the Heaven Mending Group has the authority to designate cultivators within the group to exchange for golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, provided they have accumulated 60 years of service. As Chen Mobai's direct subordinate and best friend in the Heaven Mending Group, Qing Nu must be on this list. Yes, thank you. After hearing this, King Nu also spoke sweetly. Half a day later, the train stopped at a place called Nanshan City. According to the train schedule, it will stop here for half an hour. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Mobai took King Nu out of the car to stroll around. There is a type of jade called Nanshan jade that is very famous here. When this jade is infused with spiritual power, it can produce a sound like a jade chime, which is helpful for cultivators to cultivate their spiritual sense. There are many shops selling jade around the station. However, the high-grade Nanshan jade mines have long been taken over by the immortal sects, and only the first and second-grade jades are allowed to be traded among the common people. King Nu began selecting items with great interest. In addition to some carved jade pieces, many shops even had pieces of jade ore, all priced quite high. Many passengers who got off the train were using their divine sense to examine the jade ore. However, since this Nanshan jade has the function of absorbing divine consciousness, many cultivators just look at it and do not intend to gamble on the stone. Most people, like Qing Nu, simply select finished jade pieces. Chen Mobai opened his insightful eyes and walked through all the shops, having already seen through all the jade ore. I found a few pieces here that were pretty good, considered top-grade Tier 1, and some even had internal variations that had evolved into Tier 2. Regardless of their level of cultivation, cultivators have a natural interest in finding bargains. Chen Mobai arrived in front of a piece of jade ore with the best internal quality, inquired about the price, and directly paid 130,000 merit points to buy it. The shopkeeper asked him if he needed help cutting it open, but Chen Mobai shook his head. Since the jade ore was only about the size of 2 fists, it was easy to carry. Chen Mobai had the seller pack it in a bag and took it away directly, revealing his realm in public and demonstrating his status as a golden core cultivator is not in his nature. While he was buying jade ore, King Nu also picked out a beautiful jade bracelet in the same shop and put it on her snow-white wrist. Under the sunlight, the simple jade bracelet emitted a faint emerald green light, and with each movement of King Nu's left hand, the jade bracelet would emit a soft, crisp, and melodious sound. King Nu clearly liked it very much, but after looking at the price tag of 88,000, she felt it was a bit expensive and reluctantly took it off. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai was about to ask the shop owner to pack up the jade bracelet as well when he suddenly frowned and looked at the surveillance monitor in the corner of the shop. Suddenly, after a screen went blank, Yan Xinji's silhouette appeared on one of the screens. Seeing that King Nu was still selecting other jade pieces, Chen Mobai silently went to the monitor. But at that moment, the monitor screen suddenly returned to normal. "Are you moving a little too slowly?" Just then, Chen Mobai heard this electronic sound and looked up at a jade doll next to the monitor. With the opening of his insightful eyes, he saw the extremely exquisite and complex internal structure of the jade doll. This is also a puppet. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai did not directly turn against Yan Xinji, but instead said something. "Qing Nu is by my side, I will protect her." As he spoke, he waved his hand, setting up a soundproof barrier to prevent others in the store from hearing him. "I admit you might become the strongest cultivator in the immortal sect in the future, but right now, facing Lin Dayaming, what can you use to protect her?" Yan Xinji's puppet electronic voice was transmitted directly to Chen Mobai's ears, and only he could hear it. "This is the immortal sect. Does Lin Dayaming dare to make a move here?" Chen Mobai already held the rules and laws of the immortal sects in awe, and this feeling only intensified after learning about the Dao Law fruit. Even if Lin Dayaming had retired, or even if he were still the head of the Immortal Affairs Hall, he would not dare to violate the rules set by the successive generations of nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect. Lin Dayaming is returning to Wangwu Cave from his hometown, Jinting Mountain, today. He'll be changing trains in Nanshan City and will be on the same train. But at this moment, Yan Xinji said something that made Chen Mobai's eyes widen. "What a coincidence! Take the great teleportation talisman with you. It's not too late to send Qing Nu away now. If you two end up on the same train as him, do you think you can protect Qing Nu from a nascent soul cultivator like him?" Yan Xinji's words caused Chen Mobai to fall silent. Although he had full confidence in the rules of the immortal sect, he was definitely unwilling to gamble with Qing Nu's life. He always liked to nip danger in the bud. "But if we send King Nu away?" Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took out a glittering silver talisman from his own domain, which was the great teleportation talisman that Yan Xinji had told him about. However, he didn't really trust Yan Xinji, and he believed that he could protect Qing Nu within the immortal sect, so he kept it after obtaining it. "I'll be waiting outside the celestial canopy of earthly origin star. This is your last chance to send Qing Nu away from Lin Dayaming's clutches." After Yan Xinji finished speaking, the jade doll suddenly dimmed. Chen Mobai observed with his insightful eyes and discovered that this was because the spiritual energy stored inside had been exhausted. However, just to be on the safe side, he still reached out and injected a stream of pure yang spiritual energy into the jade puppet, completely destroying all the puppet's structure inside. "Quickly help me take a look at these bracelets. Which one is the prettiest?" Having just finished doing all that, King Nu, with a large string of jade bracelets on her wrist, waved to Chen Mobai and raised her left hand towards him. The crisp, tinkling sound of the jade bracelets colliding with each other made her even more delicate and charming. "It's not as good-looking as the one from before." Chen Mobai pointed to the emerald green jade bracelet that King Nu had first spotted in the store, priced at 88,000 yuan, and then called the shop owner over, pointed to it, and indicated that he would also buy it. "This is too expensive." "It's nothing. Just consider it a thank you for helping me close the deal for the myriad transformations Thunder Water." Chen Mobai smiled and completed the good deed. Seeing this, Qing Nu, though still talking, had a smile on her face and eyes. She was like a blooming flower, radiating joy. Next, Chen Mobai went to several other shops and bought all the jade ore of the highest quality. It's almost time, we need to drive. King Nu noticed that there were still 5 minutes left and reminded Chen Mobai. I'd like to stay here tonight and also have these jade ore stones I bought opened. But Chen Mobai suddenly said this. Although King Nu looked puzzled, she had no objection. After all, as long as she was with Chen Mobai, nothing else mattered. In a secluded spot, Chen Mobai waved his hand, sending all the jade ore he had purchased into his own domain. They then took a taxi together and headed towards the city. Meanwhile, Lin Dayaming changed to the same compartment on the train that Chen Mobai and Qing Nu had originally been on inside the train station. As the train departed, Lin Dayaming suddenly frowned. He took out a jade dragon statue and asked it a question, looking at it with some curiosity. What's wrong? Damn brat, he's so cautious. He won't listen to reason and insists on making me take action myself. The jade-like dragon opened its mouth and revealed Yan Xinji's electronic voice. Then, under Lin Dayaming's puzzled gaze, the jade-like cloud dragon flashed with pure white spiritual light and flew out of the window in an instant, heading towards Nanshan City. Lin Dayaming was somewhat surprised. He had known Yan Xinji for so many years, and this was the first time he had seen him so out of control. After retiring for more than half a year, Lin Dayaming arranged all his affairs in the immortal sect and resolved all his worldly ties in his hometown of Jinting Mountain. Following the itinerary arranged by Yan Xinji, he planned to get off at Daruo City after Nanshan City. Yan Xinji left a great teleportation talisman there, which Lin Dayaming can take and then leave the immortal sect directly. However, Lin Dayaming did not expect that his trip would become part of Yan Xinji's scheme to plot against Chen Mobai and Qing Nu. But Yan Xinji was even more surprised that Chen Mobai did not lose his composure, even under the threat of a nascent soul cultivator approaching. Not only did he not follow Yan Xinji's plan to use the great teleportation talisman to send Qing Nu to his own hands, he even abandoned the train and planned to avoid Lin Dayaming. After this appearance, Yan Xinji knew that he probably wouldn't have such a good opportunity again. After all, Lin Dayaming had left the immortal sect, so he could no longer use this tiger skin to scare Chen Mobai. In that case, Chen Mobai would be even more fearless, believing that he had the ability and power to protect Qing Nu and would not hand her over to him. This is Yan Xinji's last chance to take Qing Nu away. So when he saw that Chen Mobai was not falling for the trap, he didn't care about anything else and directly used the powerful puppet that he had left in Lin Dayaming's hands to forcefully take action. I have something to take care of. Just go to Daruo City and wait for me. I'll definitely be there when the train arrives. Yan Xinji's words were still ringing in Lin Dayaming's ears when the jade-like cloud dragon soared into the sky, disappearing from sight as it sped across the heavens. Something's not right. Lin Dayaming frowned slightly after hearing this. Having been in charge of the Immortal Affairs Hall for nearly 500 years, he had experienced all sorts of power struggles and intrigues. He quickly noticed the problem from Yan Xinji's loss of composure. After thinking for a while, his figure flashed with silver light and disappeared into the private room. In Nanshan City, after Chen Mobai and Qing Nu got out of the car, they were about to find a hotel to stay in when suddenly the wind and clouds rose and dark clouds appeared in the sky. Then, an enormous claw reached out from the dark clouds and grabbed at Qing Nu. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed, his expression changed drastically, and his innate fighting instincts made him unleash his strongest power in an instant. As the void opened, the purple lightning sword roared like thunder, unleashing a dazzling purple lightning bolt that clashed with the dragon claw descending from the sky. Yan Xinji, how dare you make a move in the immortal sect? Before Chen Mobai could speak, an angry voice rang out from afar, followed by a golden, deep true energy that lit up the distant sky, blocking the jade dragon's claws and enveloping the purple lightning sword. This powerful and profound energy made Chen Mobai feel for the first time that he was unable to cope with its immense strength. The fourth-grade high-quality purple lightning sword was shrouded in golden, heavy true energy, as if it were stuck in a quagmire. Although it was still struggling violently, it showed no signs of getting rid of the quagmire. Lin Dayaming. Chen Mobai immediately knew who was behind it all. Only the former Immortal Affairs Palace Master, a nascent soul perfection cultivator, could suppress him so quickly. But soon doubts arose in his mind. Isn't Lin Dayaming the biggest enemy? Why would you help him? But soon, Chen Mobai realized that he had definitely been deceived by Yan Xinji. Fortunately, he was cautious. Otherwise, if he had really handed Qing Nu over to Yan Xinji, he would probably have regretted it for the rest of his life, just like Kong Feiken. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai realized that Yan Xinji was definitely the mastermind behind inducing Kong Feiken to leave the immortal sect with Yang Jing, because such despicable methods were exactly the same. Luckily, I'm not as brainless as Kong Feiken. As Chen Mobai was thinking this, he saw that everyone in Nanshan City was taking pictures of the fantastical scenery in the sky with their mobile phones. A jade-like white dragon, partially hidden in the dark clouds, and a tall, imposing figure shrouded in golden light. I am a cultivator from the enforcement department. Those in the sky are wanted criminals by the immortal sect. Everyone, find a place to hide. Seeing their fearless actions, Chen Mobai immediately spoke up, telling them the seriousness of the situation. These words immediately changed the expression of many people, and they left right away. However, some young people looked surprised and became even more excited. Chen Mobai disregarded them and took out his phone to activate the highest-level distress signal within the Patching Sky group. This girl contains the essence of your original conception. If you want to become a deity, you must take her with you. At this moment, Yan Xinji also explained Qing Nu's origins to Lin Dayaming. Lin Dayaming, who had been resolute in not allowing Yan Xinji to take action within the immortal sect's territory, changed his expression immediately upon hearing about the transformation of fetal essence. Didn't you say the experiment failed, that no immortal seed could withstand the essence of fetal transformation? I've been hiding some things. She's the only one who succeeded. Yan Xinji was also somewhat anxious. Taking action within the territory of the immortal sect, especially against Chen Mobai, who was almost the most core nascent soul cultivator, was a risky move. If he didn't resolve the situation within a few minutes, things might get complicated. So when he saw that Lin Dayaming refused to give way, he had no choice but to tell the truth. You bastard, how many things are you hiding from me? Lin Dayaming was furious, but at this moment Yan Xinji pointed in the direction of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. If the nascent soul ancestor had noticed this place, he could have used the void teleportation technique to get here directly. Lin Dayaming also knew that Chen Mobai's identity was such that it was possible for the white light ancestor to personally take action. After obtaining that fairy bud, how do we leave? Lin Dayaming asked the most crucial question, but Yan Xinji opened his mouth and spat out a talisman. Lin Dayaming took it and saw that it was the great teleportation talisman that he was going to retrieve from De Ryu City. In that instant, their trust was completely shattered. However, Lin Dayaming also knew that there was no turning back for him. After being expelled from the heaven-mending lineage by the star-pulling ancestor on Juxian Peak, his only option to achieve the divine transformation was to leave the immortal sect. The essence of fetal transformation was the foundation upon which he risked everything to achieve godhood. If it weren't for this, how could he, as the dignified master of the Immortal Affairs Palace, have instructed Yan Xinji to conduct such an experiment? Act quickly, then we'll leave immediately. Lin Dayaming released the earth element true energy that had been blocking Yan Xinji, but he did not release the grip on the purple lightning sword. When Chen Mobai saw Yan Xinji's dragon claw suddenly break through the golden, dense true energy in the sky, his heart sank, knowing that he was at the most dangerous juncture of life and death. "Qing Nu, do you believe me?" He suddenly asked the woman behind him a question. In the immortal sect, I only believe in you. Qing Nu's resolute words brought a satisfied smile to Chen Mobai's lips. No matter what I do to you later, you must not resist. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he took out the Azure Frost Sword, negotiated a price with it, and then used the power of this fourth-grade high-quality sword to fight against Yan Xinji's Cloud Dragon puppet. This puppet is clearly only at the peak of the third tier, and he has the strength to fight. But after exchanging a single sword strike, the impatient Lin Daoming couldn't care less and immediately left the arena. The golden, deep true energy descended, binding the Azure Frost Sword once more. With his powerful cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he directly suppressed these two most powerful swords among the fourth-tier weapons. Hand over Qing Nu to me, and I won't let him lay a hand on you. Lin Daoming's words rang in Chen Mobai's ears, and Yan Xinji seemed to have heard them as well. He did not object and even nodded. My target is only Qing Nu. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. If you want to die, I'll have no choice but to be ruthless. The two saints of the immortal sects can't scare us ancient lineages. As Yan Xinji spoke, the jade dragon puppet once again extended its claws, reaching for Qing Nu behind Chen Mobai. Sai, please stop, seniors. I wish to personally see Qing Nu off on her journey. After Lin Daoming left the arena, Chen Mobai seemed to be truly desperate, and with a bitter smile, he told the purple lightning sword and the azure frost sword to give up the fight. Then he reached out and took out the teleportation talisman that he had already obtained. Upon seeing this, Yan Xinji stopped what he was doing. The great teleportation talisman he crafted could only be used by one person. Originally, he planned to use the great teleportation talisman within the Jade Cloud Dragon puppet to take Qing Nu away, leaving Lin Daoming to bear the wrath of the immortal sect. However, if Chen Mobai is willing to use another great teleportation talisman to send Qing Nu away, he can also take Lin Daoming with him, strengthening the Ascension sect's power while weakening the immortal sect, and even without breaking his promise. You have 5 seconds to say goodbye. Yan Xinji spoke coldly, and Lin Daoming also released his golden, heavy true energy, letting the purple and green swords fly back to Chen Mobai's side. As a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Lin Daoming was confident that he could control the overall situation. Qing Nu, I will spend the rest of my life with you. Chen Mobai said these words to Qing Nu, and then raised the great teleportation talisman in his hand. As a surge of dense void power erupted, Chen Mobai reached out and grasped Qing Nu. Boy, are you also going to join our Ascension sect? Seeing this, Yan Xinji assumed that Chen Mobai and Qing Nu had a deep bond, and he couldn't bear to see her leave the immortal sect alone. However, when he was crafting his great teleportation talisman, due to insufficient materials, it could only teleport one person. Give her the talisman. You don't meet our Ascension sect's requirements for recruiting new members. Yan Xinji's words drew a sidelong glance from Lin Daoming, who was standing nearby. Does he not even meet the requirements for becoming a deity? When did the Ascension cult become so demanding? After hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't say much and handed the great teleportation talisman in his hand to Qing Nu. At this moment, the silvery white light had become so dazzling and bright that it enveloped both Chen Mobai and Qing Nu. Then the two of them disappeared from the spot at the same time. Seeing this, Yan Xinji was completely bewildered. How is that possible? Could it be that he performed beyond his usual level when he was crafting that great teleportation talisman? They were able to teleport 2 people away directly. Oh no, the celestial star is shining its light here. Someone's coming. At that moment, Lin Daoming's expression changed drastically. He looked up at the sky and saw a dazzling star suddenly appear in the bright daylight. Having been familiar with everything about the immortal sects, he naturally knew what this meant. Someone is locating the location. Once the location is complete, they will use the void shift technique to teleport directly here. Within the immortal sect, besides the 2 immortal saints, only Qi Yuheng, the master of Kaiyuan Hall, can perform the great void teleportation. No matter who comes, they are unable to cope. Run! Upon hearing this, Yan Xinji dared not be careless and immediately activated the great teleportation talisman in his hand. He then transformed into a jade statue again and flew into Lin Dayaming's hand along with the great teleportation talisman. With a flash of silver light, Lin Dayaming vanished from the sky above Nanshan City. 7 minutes later, the void suddenly twisted, and a young man with a high-nose bridge, cold eyes, and a face as hard as if carved by a knife, an axe stepped out from it. His skin was as smooth as jade, and he wore a pair of exquisite jade pendants on his ears. With a flick of his slender fingers, the void gate behind him closed, and he slowly descended to the place where Chen Mobai and Qing Nu had disappeared. A faint light shimmered in his eyes, as if possessing a strange power that pierced through illusion and the past. A moment later, he took flight again and arrived in midair where Lin Dayaming had left using the great teleportation talisman. I never expected that you would eventually stoop to such unorthodox methods. I'm so disappointed in you. The young man was Qi Yuheng, the master of Kaiyuan Palace, known as the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect. He didn't know what spell he had used, but he was able to see the scene that had happened here a quarter of an hour earlier. He didn't care about Chen Mobai and King Nu's departure. However, Lin Dayaming's defection greatly disappointed Qi Yuheng, with whom he had lived for hundreds of years. At this moment, the city lord of Nanshan City, along with officials from various departments of the immortal sect, arrived at the scene of the incident. Upon seeing Qi Yuheng, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly got out of the car to pay their respects. Find committee member Chen of the Kaiyuan Hall. He was attacked by cultists from the Ascension sect. He may have used the great teleportation talisman or the void walking technique to escape. We need to find him alive or dead. After Qi Yuheng finished speaking, the Law Enforcement Bureau in Nanshan City immediately began to act swiftly. Chen Mobai is still the Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department, their direct superior. End of this chapter. Chapter 759, I am irreconcilably opposed to the Ascension sect. Thanks to Xiao Meng 666 for the Silver Alliance reward to King Nu. Chapter 759, I am irreconcilably opposed to the Ascension sect. Thanks to Xiao Meng 666 for the Silver Alliance reward to King Nu. When Lin Dayaming made his move, Qing Nu was confused but filled with despair. Because these were the most powerful nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect, they had absolutely no means of resistance. But the sight of Chen Mobai standing before her, refusing to back down, brought her a final glimmer of solace amidst her despair. At that moment, she had already decided in her heart to die with him. When the silver light enveloped the two of them, Qing Nu gripped Chen Mobai's outstretched hand tightly, refusing to let go. This was her only bond with the immortal sect, and the pillar that had sustained her for decades. Fortunately, even after the silver light dissipated, the tactile sensation of holding hands remained. Arrive! Chen Mobai's gentle voice reached my ears. King Nu slowly opened her eyes, but her hands remained tightly clenched. Then a colossal divine tree, towering into the clouds and blotting out the sky, came into her view. As a student of Jumeng Dao Academy, she was certain that this was a fourth-order spiritual plant she had never seen before. Around this divine tree, there are countless spiritual plants, all of which are first-tier and have lush foliage. Where is this? Is it Yumu City? According to Qing Nu's idea, that is, in Yumu City, Chen Mobai was able to set up a coordinate system similar to the void shift technique. This is a small realm, which I have named the Divine Tree Realm. However, the forces that possess this small realm call it the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Chen Mobai tried his best to use terms from the immortal sects to explain. The term small realm was first introduced to him by Qing Nu, when he was about to go to the secluded small realm of Jumeng Dao Academy to obtain the Enlightenment Tea. Within the immortal sects, there don't seem to be any minor realms called divine trees or sacred trees, right? Qing Nu looked around at the lush crimson sun spirit tree and the talent tree not far away with some doubt, wondering if there was a hidden world in the immortal sect that she did not know about, which only the most core cultivators of the immortal sect, such as Chen Mobai, could enter and know about. Yes, there isn't one in the immortal sect, because we're no longer in the immortal sect. Chen Mobai's casual remark left Qing Nu unaware of the seriousness of the matter. She frowned slightly, thinking of a possibility. Could this be a small realm left behind by an ancient lineage? Above the Earth origin star, besides the small realms left behind by the nascent soul ancestors of the immortal sects, there are also those of the ancient Taoist lineages, such as the famous Zixio Palace. No, we're no longer on Earth origin star. This is another world. Chen Mobai's words finally made Qing Nu realize what was happening. She stared wide-eyed at the handsome young man in front of her in disbelief. Another world. Every cultivator in the immortal sect receives education from childhood about opening up wars and creating worlds. As a cultivator in the Heaven Mending group, Qing Nu naturally heard about the unusual activity at the boundary gate. In about 50 years, she will come into contact with a new other world. Indeed, this place is another world to the immortal sects. Chen Mobai's words made Qing Nu momentarily lost in thought. Looking at the unfamiliar spiritual plants around her, she thought of another possibility. Did the three great halls use the interdimensional gate to send you powerful golden core cultivators here ahead of time to gather intelligence on the other world? Will you be punished by the three great halls for bringing me here? Chen Mobai shook his head, smiled, and led King Nu to the talent tree. There's a secret I've never told you. I'm actually a void spirit. Upon hearing this, Qing Nu was shocked, but immediately revealed an expression of I knew it. If he weren't a void spirit body, how could Chen Mobai have so easily opened up the golden core realm during his foundation establishment stage? Only with his void spirit body, Chen Mobai's ability to walk in the void at the core formation stage makes sense. My void spirit body is very powerful, but it didn't fully awaken until I was 18 years old. After awakening, it was able to freely travel between the immortal sect and this other world. Over the years, I have joined a local sect in this other world. While using the resources here to improve my cultivation, I have also been observing everything in this other world. I couldn't stand idly by while Yan Xinji and Lin Dayaming attacked you, so I brought you to this other world without your consent. I'm truly sorry. Chen Mobai's words left Qing Nu completely stunned. Although she knew that Chen Mobai must have his own secret to be able to cultivate so quickly, she never expected that the secret would be like this. A void spirit capable of freely traversing between Earth and other worlds. This is an unprecedentedly powerful spirit in the immortal realm. It's probably even more powerful than the pure Yang body. Indeed, he is the most talented person in the history of the immortal sect. Then can we still go back? With great difficulty, King Nu calmed down from her shock and asked the question she cared about most. I'm afraid it's not possible. According to Yan Xinji, you possess the essence of fetal transformation within you, something even a nascent soul ancestor would covet. Chen Mobai shook his head and began to tell what he knew about the immortal sprout cultivation project. When Qing Nu learned that she was actually cultivated by Yan Xinji using the genes of his deceased daughter, and that she was also a cauldron for filtering and transforming the essence of the fetus, she couldn't help but clench her fists. Then wouldn't Zhao Chen and Zhao Jing also be considered cauldrons? Yan Xinji told Chen Mobai that King Nu, Kong Feiken, and Yang Jing had merged the essence of fetal transformation, but Yan Xinji's words were not credible to Chen Mobai at the moment. But one thing is certain. That means Qing Nu's body must contain the essence of fetal transformation. Otherwise, Yan Xinji wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. Even Lin Dayaming couldn't resist the temptation in the end, and was willing to betray the immortal sect to take action against Chen Mobai and Qing Nu. Since they are still alive, they should not have developed any embryonic essence. You can rest assured for now. Chen Mobai comforted them in this way, but he felt that back in Dangxia City, the Flying Ascension sect went a great lengths to take Kong Feiken and Yang Jing away, and Yan Xinji even risked exposing himself to do it. He guessed that the two of them also had the essence of fetal transformation in their bodies. However, he certainly couldn't say that to Qing Nu. I only hope that Kong Feiken and Yang Jing can hold on until the day he reaches the nascent soul stage and takes charge of the three major halls of the immortal sect. In that case, Chen Mobai would still have a chance to rescue them. So, will we all be living in this strange world from now on? For Qing Nu, she could survive wherever Chen Mobai was. Although she could not return to the immortal sect now, it was actually better for her. Because she finally saw the real him, and learned about the even more amazing void spirit body hidden beneath his nascent soul stage. It was at this moment that she felt there were no more obstacles between them. Here they can finally be together openly. Yes, I told you, you will spend the rest of your life with me. Chen Mobai nodded gently. Upon hearing this, King Nu could no longer hold back and threw herself into his arms. Chen Mobai felt the soft, boneless body pressed against him, and his body trembled slightly. His hands were a little at a loss, but in the end, he still raised his right hand and gently hugged King Nu. After finally waiting for King Nu to calm down, Chen Mobai told her everything about the Divine Tree secret realm. I still have parents, relatives, friends, teachers, and juniors in the immortal sect, so I still need to go back and visit them later and explain your disappearance. But don't worry, as soon as I've taken care of things with the immortal sect, I'll come back to be with you. This Divine Tree secret realm is a legacy left by an ancient sect, and it contains 3 divine trees. There's a problem with the Great Tao Tree, so I won't take you there. You haven't been to the Talent Tree or the other Magic Treasure Tree before, so you can come and try to see what good things you can find. As he spoke, Chen Mobai reached out and patted the smooth back of the young woman in his arms, pointing to the Talent Tree right in front of them. Last time, his Earth Spirit root broke through to 80 points, so he came here to obtain a great technique from the Longevity sect. That's why, when the Turtle Treasure teleported him and Qing Nu here, they ended up here. After listening to Chen Mobai's explanation, King Nu became very curious about the Talent Tree. With your Heavenly Water spiritual root, you will definitely be able to enter the Longevity sect's inheritance space. There are 5 great immortal scriptures and 24 great techniques inside. You only need to take one great technique with a blue or black form. I have already acquired the rest over the years. As he spoke, Chen Mobai took out a jade slip from his storage bag, on which was engraved the Water Path Immortal Scripture, Black Emperor Abyss Scripture. King Nu took it and scanned it with her divine sense, her face once again showing shock. It was actually a cultivation technique that could be practiced to the nascent soul stage. Although the nascent soul transformation techniques of the immortal sects can be downloaded as long as you have enough points, the Black Emperor Abyss Scripture is a nascent soul transformation technique that even the immortal sects do not possess, as it is purely water attribute. If she cultivates and grows in the immortal sect, then relying on the heavenly water spiritual root, she can cultivate to the nascent soul realm. If she wants to transform into a deity, she can only switch to cultivating the 6 imperial scriptures or the Jade Purity Scripture. Moreover, neither the 6 imperial scriptures nor the Jade Purity Scripture could perfectly suit her. She could only extract their essence and see if she could find a path to the divine transformation that suited her. But with this Black Emperor Abyss Scripture, everything is completely different. Her heavenly water spiritual root was perfectly suited to the water element immortal scripture of the Longevity sect, allowing her to cultivate until she reached the nascent soul stage. Thank you. After reading it, Qing Nu didn't stand on ceremony with Chen Mobai and happily accepted the Black Emperor Abyss Scripture. With this, she had the hope of keeping up with Chen Mobai's cultivation progress for the next 1,000 years. She was already looking forward to being with Chen Mobai in this other world forever, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. Later, make sure you grasp the tangible form of these legacies. At this moment, Chen Mobai began to guide her through the process of acquiring great skills from the talent tree. With his guidance, someone who knew the ropes, King Nu naturally had no problems. Even so, she was still full of surprise when she came out of the inheritance space, as it was a very novel experience for her. I've obtained a technique called Dripping Water Sword. King Nu recounted the great technique she had inherited. This great technique is an offensive art centered on the abyssal true water, condensed from the Black Emperor abyssal scripture. It condenses the boundless abyss true water into a single drop, falling like a sword, powerful enough to pierce through the world's strongest and most formidable defenses and restrictions. What's most impressive is that the power of this technique has no upper limit. As long as there is enough condensed abyssal true water, the power of the dripping water sword can be increased infinitely. That's right, the atmosphere here in the heavenly river realm is fierce, and you need such offensive techniques to improve your combat abilities. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that Qing Nu was very lucky. After spending so much time exploiting the talent tree, he obtained 4 major water attribute techniques: water escape, azure water net, Rui water smoke, and water mirror reflection. Among these, water escape is a technique that allows one to travel and move freely anywhere in the world where there is water. The other 3 major techniques, like the dripping water sword, all require abyssal true water as their source to be used. Azure water net is a defensive technique that can change form with a thought and is known as the most gentle defense of the longevity sect. Rui water mist is a mist technique. Any divine sense that falls into it will be unable to find itself. Even the spiritual eye technique will make one dizzy if one's cultivation is not up to par. It can cover the whole body on a small scale, or be tens of millions of feet long and cover the entire continent on a large scale. It is said that the territory where the longevity sect was located was shrouded in Rui water smoke, in order to prevent outsiders from seeing the true form of the celestial venerable. Water mirror reflection is a wonderful technique that allows one to observe distant objects. When cultivated to its ultimate state, the abyssal true water becomes like a halo, capable of reflecting all things in the world thousands of miles away, revealing even the smallest details through the omnipresent water vapor in the void. Chen Mobai originally thought these great techniques would remain in his hands for life, but now that Qing Nu can cultivate them, he feels like he's made a profit. Then I need to find a way to form my core as soon as possible. It's a pity that I've left the immortal sect and can no longer obtain the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill or the water element golden core. As King Nu spoke, she also sensed a happy kind of trouble. Only those at the core formation stage can condense the abyssal true water completely. At her current foundation establishment stage, she can at most condense spiritual power containing some of the characteristics of the abyssal true water. There is no need to worry about this. My 5-element sect has already unified the eastern wilderness and can collect the medicinal materials to refine the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. He brought Qing Nu to the heavenly river realm, which meant that Chen Mobai no longer needed to worry about the alchemist issue. Her alchemy skills were those of a true genius who had received systematic training and mastered the true teachings of the immortal sects. Once she reaches the core formation stage, she should be able to easily refine 4th-tier pills. In that case, as long as the materials for the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation can be collected in the future, she can also make a purchase. There shouldn't be any alchemy equipment like those from the immortal sects here. After you go back, you can try to buy some old ones and send them here. Then you can leave the alchemy to me. Once I've finished converting my cultivation technique, I'll use my heavenly spiritual roots foundation to form my core first, and then use pills to make up for it when I form my nascent soul. When it came to alchemy, Qing Nu's face lit up with confidence. She was chosen by Chen Mobai because of her outstanding alchemy skills. In order to demonstrate her value, she has made up her mind that once she has mastered the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, she will officially begin the process of forming her core. There's no rush. You should focus on improving your cultivation technique first. I've collected some water attribute core formation spiritual items over the years. When you form your core, I guarantee they won't be inferior to the golden liquid jade core. Chen Mobai would definitely not allow Qing Nu to use the essence of his heavenly spiritual root when she forms her core. He still has a water-type spiritual fruit, as well as the ice marrow jade and water mist ice crystal obtained from Kong Lingaling. Although the latter two are mainly useful for cultivators with ice spiritual roots, they are also half effective for water attribute techniques. However, according to his opinion, with Qing Nu's talent and solid foundation, she should only need to consume one water spirit fruit. But since this had already been promised to Luo Yixuan, although she would most likely succeed without it, it would be better to wait until Luo Yixuan had formed her core before making a decision. Okay, I'll listen to you. King Nu now trusts Chen Mobai completely and obediently nods at everything he says. Next, Chen Mobai took her to the magic tree. Her talent was assessed as being at the level of a saintess of the longevity cult. So this time we were very lucky, and a pool of abyssal true water emerged from a blue-black fruit. For King Nu, this was quite a stroke of luck. She only needs to refine these to unleash powerful water attribute techniques while still in the foundation establishment stage. Seeing Qing Nu's somewhat flustered state, Chen Mobai took out a set of spirit sealing tubes from his own domain and helped her collect the pool of abyssal true water. This is a storage bag I used before. You can take it and use it for now. Chen Mobai explained the function of the storage bag, and Qing Nu was extremely surprised after hearing it. I never imagined that this other world would be so rich in resources. The spiritual energy of the earth veins in this divine tree secret realm has been basically suppressed by the 3 divine trees. I have a wooden house near a golden sun spirit tree. Go there and cultivate in seclusion. I have put 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones in your storage bag. Don't be stingy with your cultivation. Transform your cultivation technique into the Black Emperor Abyss scripture as quickly as possible. Chen Mobai's words caused King Nu's hands to tremble slightly as she received the storage bag. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This is such a waste. Even though Chen Mobai told her that spirit stones were worthless in the heavenly river realm, her frugality, honed since childhood in the immortal sect, still made her hesitant to use them. No one will come here, but if you encounter any cultivators from the 5 elements sect in this divine tree secret realm, just say they are guests I invited. Chen Mobai set up a puppet factory in this secret realm, which was run by Li Yixian from the puppet department. He would not restrict Qing Nu's freedom, so that if she encountered him while wandering around here, she could use this excuse. Finally, he instructed King Nu not to go to the great tree. At this moment, the two had arrived at the wooden house of the 3rd-tier Golden Sun spirit tree. Chen Mobai talked with her for a while longer, and feeling that it was about time, he first used the underworld array to teleport away from there, and then clicked on Turtle Treasure to return to the city. Amidst the shimmering silver light, Chen Mobai's figure has reappeared in Nanshan City. The place where he disappeared with King Nu has been cordoned off by the city's law enforcement officers, who have set up a yellow line and encircled it with a protective barrier. The moment he appeared, he was spotted by the law enforcement monks guarding the area. Vice Minister Chen, you're finally back, quickly informed Palace Master Qi. They already remembered Chen Mobai's face well, so as soon as they saw him, a middle-aged law enforcement cultivator in charge of the area immediately led his team over and gave instructions to one of his subordinates. A moment later, a silver star lit up in the sky and landed in Nanshan City. Then, Qi Yuheng stepped out from the void and frowned slightly as he looked at Chen Mobai. Where did you go? Chen Mobai naturally recognized Qi Yuheng and was somewhat surprised to see that he had come in person. But he quickly realized that Lin Daoming's betrayal was something that, if it weren't for him being the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect, only the 2 patriarchs, Bai Guang and Qian Xing, could have suppressed it personally. This matter is of great importance and cannot be discussed here. As Chen Mobai spoke, he pointed to the law enforcement cultivators of Nanshan City around him, and the middle-aged man leading the group immediately left with his squad. Reporting to Palace Master Qi, Lin Daoming has betrayed the immortal sect and colluded with cultists of the Ascension sect. He wanted to kidnap my subordinate, Qing Nu. In order to prevent them from succeeding, I pretended to obey and activated the great teleportation talisman given to me. In reality, at the moment of teleportation, I used a void technique to follow Qing Nu and ensure that she would not fall into the hands of the Ascension sect. However, it seems that my void movement was affected by the great teleportation talisman. After leaving Earth Origin Star, I lost my way and only returned now. When they were alone, Chen Mobai spoke up and gave his explanation. Qi Yuhang didn't know whether he believed him or not. You are a member of the Hall of Righteous Law, and I am not qualified to judge you. Come back to Wangwu Grotto with me and wait for the joint trial by the 3 halls and 3 judicial offices. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. He held a high position and wielded great power in the immortal sect, especially when it came to such a major matter as Lin Dayaming's betrayal. A decision would certainly not be made so easily. However, he was also a victim in this matter, and with so many witnesses in public, the immortal sect's interrogation of him would definitely be mainly to verify the truth of the matter. Since Chen Mobai didn't know how to use the void shift technique, Qi Yuhang booked the nearest flight with him, flying directly from Nanshan City back to Wangwu Cave. Chen Mobai is the Deputy Minister of the Law Enforcement Department. In name, only Wen Lianshan, the Minister of the Law Enforcement Department, Gong Sun Jilu, the Deputy Hall Master of the Zhengfa Hall, and Shuixian, the Hall Master of the Zhengfa Hall, can interrogate him. However, since Lin Dayaming and the Ascension sect are involved, in addition to the Hall of Righteous Law, the Hall of Immortal Affairs and the Hall of Opening Origin will definitely need to send people. This is the scene on the immortal sect side, a joint trial by the 3 palaces and 3 judicial offices. Those who were qualified to participate in the joint trial, upon learning of this matter, all tried their best to refuse, either because they were ill or had gone astray in their cultivation, with some even going astray in their practice. Besides Chen Mobai being a party involved in the dance weapon lineage, there are too many people and things that could be implicated because of Lin Dayaming's defection. They were terrified that they might accidentally get caught up in it. So Chen Mobai, who had returned to Wangwu Cave, found himself unusually free. Qi Yuhang arranged for him to stay at the Yingxian Hotel on Wufeng Immortal Mountain. The next day, Shuixian brought Gongsun Jilu over. After asking him what had happened, Narcissus revealed some information to him. When Qi Yuhang arrived in Nanshan City, he immediately used the great teleportation technique to chase after Lin Dayaming outside the heavenly curtain of the earthly origin star, following the traces in the void. After traversing tens of thousands of miles of starry sky, he caught up with Lin Dayaming and engaged in a fierce battle with him. Finally, Yan Xinji arrived in his true form and joined forces with Lin Dayaming to force Qi Yuhang to retreat. Qi Yuhang also lost a lot of energy in this battle. After returning, he went into seclusion and handed over the matter of the joint trial by the 3 palaces and 3 departments to Yi Yun, the Deputy Hall Master of Kaiyuan Hall. Upon hearing the name, Chen Mobai couldn't help but frown. His relationship with this woman was just so-so. Could they be taking this opportunity to trip him up? However, under the current circumstances, Chen Mobai cannot allow the dance weapon lineage to operate, as that would make him appear guilty. Fortunately, Yan Xinji and Lin Dayaming communicated about the matter of fetal transformation and essence in the air, without letting anyone know. Otherwise, things would not have been so simple. The problem still lies in how to explain Qing Nu's disappearance. However, Chen Mobai had already made up his mind. At worst, he could just say that Qing Nu was taken away by the great teleportation talisman, and that he was unable to track her down using his void travel technique, and that Qing Nu might have already fallen into the hands of the Ascension sect. Anyway, Qing Nu will definitely not come back before he gains the highest authority in the immortal sect. Even if she is labeled a heretic like Kong Feiken by the immortal sect, it will not have any impact. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, the 3 major halls of the immortal sect finally determined the nature of Lin Dayaming's defection. Subsequently, they reached an agreement on personnel and formed a team for joint trial by the 3 halls and 3 departments. In a conference room at the Yingxian Hotel, Chen Mobai sat on a platform, facing 7 high-ranking officials from the 3 main halls. The head of the Zhengfa Hall, Shui Xian, the deputy head of the hall, Gongsun Jilu, and the head of the Law Enforcement Department, Wen Lianshan, were all present. Yi and another rotating committee member named Shi Miao arrived at Kaiyuan Hall. On the other side of the Immortal Affairs Hall were Vice Hall Master by Zion Qian and Lan Haitian. Committee member Chen, this is a talisman for verifying one's conscience. Lan Haitian placed a talisman on the table and gestured to Chen Mobai, who nodded. This will verify whether Chen Mobai is telling the truth or lying. Soon, all 7 people present began asking about Lin Dayaming's defection, and Chen Mobai told them everything he knew. Why did Lin Dayaming kidnap Qing Nu, one of your subordinates, before he defected? Finally, Yiyun asked the most crucial question. As far as I know, when Lin Dayaming took office as the head of the Immortal Affairs Hall, he collaborated with Yan Xinji to launch the Immortal Sprout Cultivation project. Qing Nu was their most prized creation in this project, so they wanted to take her away. Every word Chen Mobai spoke was true, except he didn't mention the transformation of fetal essence into vital energy. Where is Qing Nu now? She was taken away by the void teleportation technique. All I can confirm is that she is no longer on Earth Origin Star. Do you have any connection with the Ascension cult? This was a rather pointed question. After hearing it, Chen Mobai looked up at Yi and shook his head firmly. I am irreconcilably opposed to the Ascension cult. The heart-questioning talisman showed that everything Chen Mobai said was true. I recommend Honey Princess's new book, Why Talk About Love When You're Raising Cats? Ai Qing, who had no intention of dating, suddenly finds her cat transformed into an adorable cat-eared girl after a year of raising it. What will she do? Single female lead, sweet romance novel. End of this chapter. Chapter 760, Saving Wujiao Yufeng. Chapter 760, Saving Wujiao Yufeng. After a joint trial by the 3 courts and 3 judicial departments, Chen Mobai was cleared of suspicion. The Immortal sect highly respects personal privacy, so after confirming that he was irreconcilably opposed to the Ascension sect, they did not ask any further questions. However, this is mainly because of his special status and the fact that he has connections in high places. After it was over, Yi left with Shi Miao first. Shui Xian spoke a few words to Chen Mobai, telling him to go to work on time and continue to manage the Patching Heaven group, and then she left with Gong Sun Jilu and Wen Lianshan. In the end, only Lan Haitian was left to have lunch with Chen Mobai. The two had fought side by side in the past, and after their last exchange, they are now considered allies. Lin Dayaming has been identified as a traitor, but the higher-ups' order is not to publicize it. All files related to him have been sealed, and all content about him online has been deleted. During the meal, Lan Haitian recounted how the upper echelons of the Immortal sect had handled Lin Dayaming's case. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised by this. That's treason, such a big deal, and you just let it go like that. After listening, Lan Haitian shook his head and pointed to the ceiling. Chen Mobai roughly understood. What he dared not speak about must be related to Kaingsing, the nascent soul ancestor of the heaven-mending lineage. If he were to speak, then Lin Dayaming's matter could indeed be suppressed. However, at least the upper echelons of the Immortal sect have classified Lin Dayaming as a defector. If they encounter each other in the future, and Chen Mobai has the strength, he can directly take revenge on him. However, for Chen Mobai, it's better to handle things discreetly. After all, if this matter were investigated further and it were discovered that Qing Nu possessed the essence of fetal transformation, it probably wouldn't be handled so lightly today. She might have to be interrogated more thoroughly. It's even possible that, like the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master, she might attract the personal attention of the star-pulling ancestor. In that case, things would be serious. Under the will of the highest authority, what happened in Nanshan City was defined as a terrorist attack by the Ascension cult. Lin Dayaming's name did not appear in the Enforcement Department's files this time. Because it was related to the Ascension cult, it ultimately ended up with the Heaven Mending Group. After adding a few strokes to the dossier, Chen Mobai sent the intelligence team, Group 3, and the combat team, Group 6, to Nanshan City to investigate whether there were any remnants of the Ascension cult within the city. Before leaving, Mo Huaxian, the the leader of the third group, was told by Chen Mobai about the shop where he had encountered Yan Xinji's jade doll and asked to investigate along this clue. After giving the order, Chen Mobai stayed quietly in Wanggu Cave for 3 months. During this period, Meng Huinger invited him many times, but he always used his busy official duties as an excuse. He lived a very simple life, going back and forth between work and home, either working or going to the Divine Tree's secret realm to accompany Qing Nu after returning home. Qing Nu possessed exceptional talent, and although the Black Emperor Abyss scripture was a nascent soul cultivation technique, she quickly mastered it. However, the transformation of spiritual energy takes time. According to Qing Nu's own estimate, it may take about 3 years, followed by another 3 years of adjustment. After about 6 years, she can try to form her core. Chen Mobai was also very happy about this. Knowing this, he also needed to find a way to prepare the resources for Qing Nu to form her core. On this day, Chen Mobai came to Giant Tree Ridge again. Upon receiving the news, Gu Yan immediately came to pay her respects. Has Yan Shayin replied. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Gu Yan immediately handed over a letter. After reading it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile slightly. Because the 5 Elements sect provided half of the materials for the infant nurturing pill, Yan Shayin needed to give him half of the pill after he finished refining it. Yan Shayin was incredibly lucky this time, succeeding in refining it on his first try. However, in his reply, Yan Shayin also told the truth. Only 2 pills were produced from this batch of pills. 1 pill had a slight flaw, while the other pill had a major flaw. This flaw is naturally erysipelas. Yan Shayin's reply meant that he wanted the slightly flawed infant care pill, while the other pill, which was severely poisonous, was for Chen Mobai. In his reply, he expressed his deep apologies and offered to compensate with spirit stones or spirit rice. Chen Mobai didn't care about these things. He only wanted Yan Shayin to take the infant nourishing pill immediately. Moreover, after he reached the second level of the phoenix rising to the sun diagram, the poison in the pills no longer affected him. That flawed infant nurturing pill was equivalent to the non-poisonous infant formation elixir of the immortal sect for him. However, the efficacy will definitely be somewhat different, since a lot of main and auxiliary drugs have been exchanged. Chen Mobai was quite impressed that Yan Shayin was able to refine the infant nourishing pill under such circumstances. Let's go, I'll personally go to Huishan Valley and discuss this deal with Master Yan. After reading Yan Shayin's reply, Chen Mobai immediately took Gu Yan and headed towards Xia County. However, he underestimated Yan Shayin's determination and caution. Sect leader Chen, my master went out to visit friends a few days ago. He Jintang, the acting head of Huishan Valley, greeted Chen Mobai. He looked embarrassed and then took out a jade bottle. This is a pill left behind by my master before he left. He asked me to deliver it to the 5 Elements sect personally. I didn't expect that sect leader Chen would come in person. Chen Mobai frowned as he took the jade bottle and saw a vermilion pill inside. However, there was a ring of black lines on the surface of the pill, which were the residual poison in the pill that had not been purified. After pouring it out and examining it, I sensed the powerful vitality and primordial energy contained within the pill, confirming that this was indeed the infant nurturing pill. Master Yan's words are rather shameless. Chen Mobai didn't hold back and made a sarcastic remark in front of everyone from Huishan Valley. Sect leader Chen, please forgive me. My master said he is willing to compensate your sect with 500 high-grade spirit stones and 1,000 caddies of Panlong spirit rice. Facing Chen Mobai, the #1 sect leader in the eastern wilderness, he Jintang dared not show any temper and spoke cautiously. Do you think I lack these things? Chen Mobai's cold words made he Jintang wipe the sweat from his forehead and could only apologize repeatedly. After Yan Shayin finished nurturing that batch of infant nourishing pills, he guessed that Chen Mobai would definitely not be willing to take the infant nourishing pills with excessive toxicity. But since it concerned his important matter of forming his nascent soul, he simply gritted his teeth, took the pills, and went directly to Dongyu through the Starry Sky Merchant Guild. He decided to rent a fourth-tier cave dwelling from the Star Heaven Tao sect to prepare for nascent soul formation. He would die trying if he failed. If it weren't for the vow he made when refining them, Yan Shayin would have even wanted to take both infant nourishing pills with him. In short, they were willing to risk everything to gamble on their success in achieving nascent soul formation this time. Fortunately, Yan Shayin still had some affection for Huishan Valley, so before leaving, he entrusted these matters to his direct disciple He Jintang, basically telling him to stall. Let's wait until the result of his nascent soul formation is out. If it succeeds then, that would be best. We can then take back all the grievances we've suffered over the years from the Five-Element sect. If he fails, He Jintang will either have to surrender to the Five-Element sect or join the Star Heaven Tao sect. Given their lineage of alchemy skills, both families would surely be willing to accept them. If you mortgage 1,000 mu of your medicinal fields in Xia Kingdom to our Five-Element sect, I will barely swallow this insult. Chen Mobai offered a solution, and He Jintang's expression shifted between light and dark upon hearing it. The medicinal field was the foundation of their Huishan Valley, and even when the Hunyuan ancestor was alive, there was no question of ceding or mortgaging the medicinal field. However, they were outmatched, and the example of the Snow Palace was still fresh in their minds. If they resisted, wouldn't that give the Five-Element sect a legitimate reason to raise an army? Sect leader Chen, this matter is of great importance. Could we wait until my master returns before discussing it? He Jintang didn't want to become a sinner for his sect, so he mustered up the courage to say this to Chen Mobai, the leader of the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness. HMPH, will Yan Shayin ever be able to come back? Chen Mobai made a sarcastic remark, which made He Jintang's face turn bright red, but he managed to restrain himself and apologize to him again. Fine, I'll give you another option. You should have the recipe for the returning to truth pill that Yan Shayin refined last time, right? Go back to Tiangu and collect the materials for 3 batches of that pill recipe to compensate me, and we'll call it even. Upon hearing this, He Jintang's eyelids twitched even more, and he said with a wry smile, "Sect leader Chen, my master used up almost all the materials in our sect's inventory when he refined the returning to truth pill. Even if we mobilize our connections to collect more, we can only collect enough for 1 batch at most. We simply cannot do 3 batches. The returning to truth pill is a type of pill that enhances the spiritual power of cultivators in the late golden core stage. Yan Shayin initially chose this pill from Chen Mobai's pill formula catalog. After failing 2 batches, he finally succeeded in producing 4 pills on the 3rd batch. Later, with the help of the returning to truth pill and the nirvana pill, Yan Shayin advanced to the perfection of core formation, a realm where he could form a nascent soul. With Chen Mobai currently at the 7th level of the golden core stage, this returning to truth pill is just right for him. Moreover, this returning to truth pill is a high-grade 3rd-tier pill, which is exactly within Qing Nu's capabilities. If you can't do that, then offer up 1,000 acres of medicinal herb fields as compensation. Chen Mobai's casual remark made He Jintang immediately change his mind. Sect leader Chen, I'll go ask the herbal medicine merchants who cooperate with my sect. They should be able to collect 3 batches. However, it may require the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce to transfer the goods from other territories, which will take a relatively long time. He Jintang was thinking of dragging things out as long as possible, but Chen Mobai saw through his thoughts at a glance. The main purpose of his visit was to pressure Yan Shayin to accelerate and strengthen his resolve to form his nascent soul as soon as possible, so he certainly couldn't let Huishan Valley be so leisurely. The first batch of materials must be delivered to the Five-Element sect before the end of this year, and the other 2 batches next year. If all the medicinal materials are not delivered by the beginning of the year after next, then Yan Shayin must come and explain to me in person. Otherwise, you must either compensate me for the other half batch of infant nourishing pill materials, or you must mortgage your medicinal fields in the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness to me. Chen Mobai issued an ultimatum. Although his tone was calm, his reputation for destroying major sects in the eastern wilderness since his debut sent chills down the spines of all the Foundation establishment cultivators in Huishan Valley. Jintong finally sighed and nodded dejectedly in agreement. Even so, Chen Mobai was still very unhappy when he left, feeling that he had been tricked by Yan Shaiyan. Sect leader, you seem to be in a very good mood. On the way back, Gu Yan saw Chen Mobai smiling and was a little puzzled. The last core formation cultivator from outside, the 5 Elements sect in the eastern wilderness, is about to turn into dust of history. Tell me, am I happy or not? Gu Yan was only vaguely aware of what Chen Mobai was saying. She thought that Chen Mobai had arranged for a thief to ambush and kill Yan Shaiyan outside the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai didn't offer any further explanation. He led Gu Yan to the Flying Dragon Pool Villa on the border. A third-tier green jade spirit tree was transplanted here. Because it was Chen Mobai's property, Han Jiling, who was in charge of guarding the Xia Kingdom, would come here every year to collect fresh tea leaves from here and Longjiegu. However, last year, Chen Mobai designated this place to Zhou Wangshan, who was leading the former true disciples of the 5 elements and 5 veins to condense the essence of the 5 elements here. When he came out of seclusion this time, he found a letter from the Zhou King God, saying that he had refined 20 portions of the 5 elements essence and asked if he needed to send them over. Chen Mobai stopped by this place on his way back from Huishan Valley. Flying Dragon Pool is a third-tier spiritual vein, which is more than enough to supply the cultivation needs of these qi-refining disciples. Even because of the allure of the Foundation establishment pill, these former disciples, who originally thought their path to enlightenment was overworked extremely hard to condense the 5 elements essence on such a powerful spiritual vein. Everyone wanted to seize this glimmer of hope and try to build their foundation again. Greetings, sect leader. Zhou Wangshan was very surprised to see Chen Mobai come in person and respectfully came over to pay his respects. Thanks a lot. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out a jade bottle from his storage bag, inside which was the longevity dew that he had Zheng Wuyu refine. Zhou Wangshan excitedly accepted the gift, and then handed over the 5 elements essence he had condensed over the past year to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai inspected it and found the quality to be rather average. However, this is normal since it has only just begun to condense. From now on, I will have Gu Yan come over to collect the 5 elements essence. If you need any pills, spirit rice, or other resources, you can tell her. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhou Wangshan politely clasped his hands in greeting to the elegant and beautiful Gu Yan behind him, who also gave a slight bow. After the two exchanged communication talismans, Chen Mobai took Gu Yan back to Giant Tree Ridge. However, on the way, he deliberately took a detour and went to Tianpeng Mountain Villa. He instructed Gu Yan to connect with the 5 Elements sect disciples here, while he himself headed straight for the mountaintop. Chen Mobai wanted to try and see if he could revive the 5-pointed ancient maple tree. In a flash of silver light, he had instantly teleported to the front of a towering 5-pointed ancient maple tree, its trunk charred black and devoid of branches and leaves. He listened intently, as if listening to the echoes of an empty valley, and soon heard the almost extinguished remnant spirit, and couldn't help but shake his head. This ancient 5-pointed maple cannot be saved using normal methods for cultivating spiritual plants. I wonder if the longevity cult's great technique of rejuvenating withered trees will be effective against it. Before unleashing his great technique, Chen Mobai took out a tube of myriad transformation thunder water, dripped a drop out, and then, using the method taught by Wenren Zuwei, diluted it 100-fold and poured a ladleful onto the roots of the spiritual plant. End of this chapter.